point? Could it be a mix of students and others? Could it be completely other people that have, for lack of a better word, hijacked this protest? We do know that the original protesters at PSU were calling for the university to call for an immediate ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas. That all started earlier this week on Monday. Here we are now on Thursday, and for the third day in a row, Portland State has canceled classes there at the university. We can actually take you inside the library, not a live look, but these photos we're about to send you were sent to us from an anonymous source that was inside the library. Yeah, so it shows the extent of the damage here. I mean, we're talking shattered windows, damaged equipment, piled up furniture, tons of graffiti. And as Drew just mentioned, it's kind of unclear which groups are involved or who exactly is responsible for the bulk of this damage that we're seeing. Yesterday, a small group of police did briefly go into that library, told people to leave. In an email from the university president, she said that anyone still remaining in that library is criminally trespassing and they need to leave. And so it appears some people believe the group at PSU now includes folks who really weren't there when these protests originally started. We spoke with a sociologist. His name is Randy Blazak. He was a PSU professor for 20 years. He says in Portland, protest groups are often joined by others who try to further a larger, maybe different activist agenda.
They can hijack it, for lack of a better word. They can kind of push the student voice out of it. And it's a real challenge when you have a campus movement to keep it a campus movement and not have it be co-opted by outside activists. Sometimes those are the exact same people, but sometimes the student voice gets lost in that.
So officials say, of course, again, PSU closed for a third day on campus. We'll continue monitoring what's going on there. Of course, our Devin Haskins live there all morning long, giving us live reports. Yeah, we definitely want to keep you up to date with the latest from the university here this morning with live looks. But it's also worth mentioning what happened last night, because the protest there at PSU did stretch beyond the campus last night and it spilled out onto the streets of downtown Portland. We saw protesters marching through downtown, making their way to the waterfront, holding up Palestinian flags and signs, calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. But we also saw some of those people eventually break away from the main group, and they vandalized a bunch of businesses downtown. So this next piece of video shows that damage, smashing windows at the Starbucks there, Pioneer Courthouse Square. One of our KHW News crews also saw people throwing tables and throwing chairs. They captured graffiti that was written on surrounding businesses, some of that graffiti reading "Free Gaza," others reading "Mayday." And we saw this ATM machine right there that was all busted up by part of that protest group last night in downtown Portland. Multnomah County District Attorney Mike Schmidt did release a statement following this demonstration last night, saying that the damage and the threats of violence will not be tolerated by the county, and that his office is ready to prosecute cases related to all these activities. And of course, we'll continue to have Devin Haskins live for us as we continue our coverage this morning of this breaking news. We've got all the latest on our website and app as well. We want to get you out the door, though. Make sure you have all the information you need to start your day. Rod Hill is in the Weather Center. Rod, what do you have going on weather-wise today?
We have a day that turns out to be the most pleasant in terms of dryness and temperature that we've seen in a while. So the rain has, for the most part, moved through that we had last night. Now here's the radar. Dry in Portland, a few showers straggling, it looks like, down in Yamhill County, and there's Salem, mainly dry. The west side will continue to see increasing sunshine in the coming hours, the west side of Oregon, and we will see just a spotty shower chance. So for the most part, if you live in Longview, Portland, or Salem, your rain chance is over today. We have flurries up over the Cascades. You still have rain lingering in the gorge. All of this will be breaking up in the coming hours as well. It's still mainly cloudy over downtown, but we are dry, and we are at 47 degrees. We'll be warming up to 57 degrees at noon. And I think we get enough sun. We have a chance to be up to about 66. And all of a sudden, on the second day of May, 66 is the normal daytime high. So haven't been that warm much lately, but that's what I think we have a chance to do today. Here's your Futurecast movie to help you plan. I'm going to take this into the two-day rain event that starts tomorrow and goes into Saturday. So here we are at 9 this morning. All dry for the most part on the west side. Some rain lingering over the Cascades and snow. Snow levels have been about 4,000 feet. I just checked the pass level cameras. If you're driving over the Cascades today, there was some snow earlier this morning, but all those roadways are just wet and above freezing now from Santiam to Willamette to Government Camp. So good news there. 2:30 this afternoon. There are scattered showers in the Cascades out east, mainly scattered light amounts. Mainly, there could be some spotty heavier showers popping over the mountains, but the valley's primarily dry. We're dry tonight. We're dry tomorrow morning. Here's that next rain event, developing rain Friday morning at the coast. It may be afternoon, but I'm going to say for now, for planning purposes, think of noon as a start time for rain tomorrow. Once it does begin, it'll be raining the remainder of the day, all of Friday night, still raining when you wake up Saturday morning. Now, there's a front that comes in Friday evening. That front will drop snow levels to 4,000 feet. So it's mainly rain over it passes tomorrow afternoon, but once we get into Saturday, it's all snow over the Cascades. We do expect snow at pass level, and we expect a foot or more at Timberline and Meadows. And both resorts will be open this weekend for recreation, skiing and boarding as the resorts continue. Meadows now open Friday, Saturday, Sunday. All right, how much rain? Well, coming mainly, this is Friday, Saturday, 1.5 inches at the coast, 1.5 inches in the valley. And this presents hefty rain totals out across the east as well. Here are the temperatures later today. Still cool in much of our state with 40-degree temperature highs in John Day. Baker City hits 50. Madras will probably hit 50. Sun River has some snow on the ground this morning. They'll be in the mid-40s this afternoon. Here's Portland 7-day, 66 today. If the rain holds off until 1 or 2 tomorrow, which is at least a possibility, will be warmer than 60. If it comes in at noon, we'll only get up to 60. Then we have the rainy day Saturday. Some scattered showers around Sunday, but not much total rain. And then a rain chance continues into the mid part of next week. And that is your forecast on this Thursday morning.
Okay, thank you for that update, Rod. Right back to our breaking news story from Portland State University around 6 a.m. If you're just joining us, Portland police arrived on campus right outside the main library there. That is where pro-Palestinian protesters have posted up inside calling for a ceasefire in Gaza.
Devin Haskins is live on the PSU campus for us this morning. He's been there now for the past 3 hours. Devin, really the big headline at this point this morning is the fact that Portland State has canceled classes again today for the entirety of the day, third day in a row, and it's all because of what's happening right there behind you this morning.
Yeah, that closure announcement only coming within the last 10-15 minutes since we last spoke. Portland State had originally had the campus open today, and then police, when they showed up at 6 a.m., made all of us start to wonder, okay, how was that going to happen with the police presence here on campus? We're going to zoom in right now. You can see some of the police still here on campus right now, again showing up around 6 a.m., telling those inside the library that if they didn't come out, they would face arrest, and then that message quickly changing probably around 6:30, 6:45 that those inside the perimeter and those inside the library are now under arrest, facing second-degree criminal trespassing charges. We've seen one person walk out and be taken into custody by police and walked away. We haven't seen anybody else from our vantage point. Saying or get taken away. Off to my left, you can hear some of the yelling. They're yelling at police to give them their badge numbers here, but they're beyond the tape next to us. Within the perimeter, the walls around the library have been built up with soccer goals, with plywood boards, with 2x4s, with other goals that were taken from nearby sports fields. And here around 6 a.m., police showing up, but so far keeping kind of more of a distance from the library as they continue to either create their plan or wait to see if anybody comes out, ending this occupation peacefully. But so far, police more or less staying on the outskirts of where they've been all morning right now. And joining us on the outside of the tape is a few people that are protesters that are either on the outside that walked away or showing up knowing that police are here, as well as media members and everything. I don't know if anybody here is a student because classes have been canceled. Hopefully enough warning went out ahead of time that nobody came down to find out that their classes are canceled just by coming here. There is quite a bit of a closure around this campus. If we can show you a map as well, stretching from College, Mills, Broadway, out to as far west as 12th goes. On the other side of that sports complex field, you can see kind of in a map that we can show you as well. So as this continues to unfold, we'll stay on top of things and bring you the very latest. Guys, back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Devin. And quick question for you before you go. For the people who are just tuning in, how many police officers would you say are there right now? How many vehicles?
So I'm gonna start counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right now I can see probably about a dozen or so, just again from my very limited vantage point. Officers here in full uniform and helmets. I see 3, 6, 7 police cars parked around the South Park blocks. It's hard to see with all the trees and with all the buildings how many more police or how many more police vehicles are here as well. I can't tell you if they're around the back side of the library over there where the football fields are, or on the north side of the library as well. I do see police tape, but it's again, it's kind of hard to see with the limited vantage point I have exact numbers of how many police here are on scene.
Right. Devin, I have another question that you may or may not be able to answer with your limited vantage point there, but we've heard this morning behind you police on bullhorns telling the protesters to get out of the library, for lack of better words. We've also heard some screaming that's not through the bullhorns. That's clearly the voices of protesters. Now, I can't tell if they're on the steps of the library, looking at the police, if they're inside the building yelling through a window. I mean, how close are those screams and yells coming from?
So I've seen one person stand out and do most of the yelling with protesters, and they're still right there on the front steps. They're beyond the soccer goal, so kind of like through the net you can see that person standing there against the column. It's hard to tell what they're saying. Their voice is muffled. It looks like they have some sort of a mask or a gas mask on. Right now, it's hard. It's a little farther away. They're starting to say something right now, but I can't tell what they're saying. And it's been police have been pretty quiet. Free something Palestine right now is what, free Palestine is what they're chanting right now. So far police have not engaged with them or said anything to them. But protesters remaining inside. Again, the big thing is we don't know how many though remain still inside that library.
Yeah, clearly not just the voice of one protester there with that chanting this morning. Devin, we appreciate all the coverage you've given us from that side of the campus. We also have now a second reporter on the scene. China Green has moved on to the PSU campus. Obviously, it's a large campus, taking up a big chunk of real estate there in downtown Portland. So China joins us now from another spot there at PSU. And China, I know you just got there a few minutes ago, but what can you tell us from where you're standing?
So from where I'm standing, I can see, Devin, and there's about a handful of protesters over there. That's what you're hearing of them yelling free Palestine. They are kind of going around the perimeter back and forth. That's not including the people that are inside of the library right now. So I'll take a step out so you can see from this vantage point. Like you mentioned, there is one person that we've been seeing coming in and out of the library. It seems like a person with maybe blonde hair with a mask on, some sort of shield, and you're going to be hearing the loudspeaker going on and off throughout our live coverage this morning. But police closed several blocks around this library during their operation. We're seeing a lot of them kind of gathered over by Versa Cafe. I would say in numbers wise, maybe 25 from what we can see. That doesn't mean that there isn't more in other buildings. About 10 police cruisers are surrounded. And the closure is inside the bounds of Southwest Broadway and Southwest 11th Avenue, between Southwest Mill Street and Southwest College Street. I know we've been showing that map all throughout the morning just so you can kind of get a view of what that looks like if you have to head around this area, or maybe you typically walk through this campus to get where you're going. But we are told that this will last several hours. PSU officials say this is a closed area. Anyone who enters is trespassing. That's anyone that goes through the yellow tape. PSU, again, closing campus today. And police on the loudspeaker, what you're hearing there, they're saying that those inside the library are under arrest, facing second-degree criminal trespassing, and anyone who resists arrest could have force used against them. So this has been going on for a while. Devin has been out here for hours. We just arrived here about 20 minutes. It may seem like it's pretty quiet on the outsides of the yellow tape, but I'll tell you, tensions are still high. I was cussed out and yelled at about 5 minutes after arriving on this campus. So just because protesters aren't inside the library, they're on the outside, does not mean tensions are high out here. So again, we're watching somebody come in and out of the library. We don't know if they're asking for demands or what they're saying. Police are just kind of standing standing outside by Versa Cafe. It doesn't look like they're getting ready to enter at this point, but we're going to continue covering this from this vantage point, and I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, China Green giving us a live report, a second set of eyes there for us, in addition to Devin Haskins from Portland State University. China, stay safe out there. Okay, Rod, let's get to a quick look at the weather forecast. We have some nice skies today.
Yeah, we do. We're actually going to take a few minutes and take you through the complete weather story. Good morning. We had a pretty good bit of rain overnight. I know downtown Portland we went over a quarter of an inch that came through, and the rain did what it was expected to do, move through overnight and be gone by the time most of us got up to begin our Thursday. You can see all the dryness and, in fact, sunny skies north of Portland all the way up to Seattle. Our live cameras have been showing gorgeous clear skies from Astoria down through Seaside and Cannon Beach. The rain now mainly south of Portland. There are some lingering showers, but all of this is going to continue to basically end for the time being. We still have showers lingering over the gorge, but the dry weather has now moved south of Adams, so the gorge rain is going to be breaking up here momentarily too. We're down to just flurries over the Cascades, and I just checked again. Cascade pass cameras are fine. They show some snow on the ground roadside, but above normal temperatures at pass level and just wet pavement. So here's our city, and up here you can see some breaks in the cloud cover. So again, this is rapidly turning into what will be one of the nicer days of this entire week on the second day of May. We're at 47 degrees now, so not too bad. It's 45 in Kelso, 46 in Salem, actually 50 degrees in Newport. Bend 39, nearby Sun River Resort showing a solid dusting, maybe an inch of new snow on the ground at their resort lodge. 35 in Burns, 41 out in Baker City. Central and eastern areas we'll see kind of partly cloudy skies with lingering scattered showers throughout the day. But here on the west side, moving forward, we're now going to be mainly dry. Now, a spotty shower near the mountains might drift where you are, but otherwise we'll be dry, 57 to noon. And I think we have a chance to get all the way up to 66, and all the way to 66 is now considered the normal high, which means it's a 30-year average for Portland for the second day of May. All right, here's our Futurecast movie showing the rain moving out at 9 o'clock this morning. Spotty showers around here on the west side at 3 p.m. this afternoon, but otherwise mainly dry. And here's that next big batch of rain. It is a big batch. It will be a rain event from Friday afternoon through much of the day Saturday. So we wake up Friday morning tomorrow. We're dry. Morning rain develops at the coast. I still think we could have rain hitting I-5, Salem, and Portland as soon as noon tomorrow. Once the rain starts, the temperatures will stop rising, and it will be then raining the remainder of the day. So this is Friday evening, raining throughout mid to late afternoon, all of the evening, continuing to rain Friday overnight. And then look at our new player. This is snow down to 4,000 feet, and there could be some hefty amounts over the Cascades. So if you're traveling Saturday morning, FYI, you might find some snow over the Cascade passes. This should be a foot easily at 5,000 feet and higher. That's Meadows Base, where they're still open on the weekends, and of course the Timberline. Now during the day Saturday, this shows the rain breaking up somewhat, but not until later in the day. And I will tell you, I'm just looking at some fresh data coming in, the rain may not break up Saturday. So right now, I would just assume it's going to be raining for your Saturday daytime plans. Now we get into Sunday, different story. No systems coming through. We'll have some kind of lingering scattered showers around during the day, but maybe not much total rain. So your Sunday plans, fingers crossed, maybe not that wet. 1.5 inches. This is mostly now picking up the rain that comes in tomorrow through Saturday at the coast and the valley. 1 inch out in the Dalles, and then look at the rain amounts out east, 62/100s in Baker City. So evidence of a widespread good soak setting up the PM hours of Friday into and through much of the day Saturday. Here are the temps later today. I think a lot of these are too cool. I think you folks in Salem easily get up into the 60s. I've got Portland as warm as at least mid 60s and maybe 66. It shows you 5 p.m. projections that again I think are too cool. 40s and 50s out east. Here is the 7-day. Tomorrow 60 or better, depends on what time the rain starts. Is it noon, is it early afternoon? And then the rainy mid 50s on Saturday. The Sunday that may not be that wet with showers and 59. And then for now we have rain chances into Wednesday. Thursday and Friday of next week look to be dry, warm, and really quite lovely. Chris is also checking the roads for us this morning.
Yeah, we're in the heart of the morning commute, of course, Rod, and this is what it looks like this time of the day. Westbound 84 really slow out near 82nd Avenue, and that's pretty normal stuff. The Sunset riding the brakes coming down the hill from Sylvan into the Vista Ridge Tunnel. Probably our biggest slow spot right now, and again, to be expected this hour of the Thursday morning drive, is the drive on northbound I-5 coming through the Wilsonville area. It's backed up towards Arndt Road. And right now our speed sensors indicate about 15 to 17 miles an hour is that northbound commute. This is the live look right now at Wilsonville Road. Guys, for right now, I can tell you the freeway drive, I mean, it's busy, but we're in relatively good shape. I don't have any crashes or unexpected big delays to report at this time.
Yeah, good to hear, Chris. Thank you for that update. Now to another update from Devin Haskins on our breaking news story this morning from Portland State University. If you've missed it, if you're just joining us now here at almost 7:30, at about 6 o'clock this morning, Portland police rolled up on campus to the front of the main library there. That is where, of course, pro-Palestinian protesters have been posted up inside for a couple days now, calling for a ceasefire in Gaza.
Devin Haskins joins us now again live from the PSU campus. He's been there since about 4 o'clock this morning. Devin, you can tell us what's happening there behind you. I'll just point out probably the most dramatic moment of the morning thus far is when we saw that one person being detained by Portland police. That was probably now 45 minutes ago at this point, and I don't think you've seen anyone detained since then.
Yeah, you're right. I haven't seen anybody get detained, and really have seen very little police action, I guess, in that sense. Since police arrived here about 6 o'clock, outside of putting up the perimeter, the tape. They moved us back from that first set of tape line back to where we are right now just a little bit ago. But the biggest thing also coming out of this is that originally PSU was set to open today. Now, just within the last half hour to hour, they said that they are closing campus. So closing campus, PSU is closed for the third day in a row because of this occupation here at the library that is happening behind me. Excuse me. You can see that police again kind of keeping their positions on the outside of where that original line was. There's multiple police vehicles here. There's police standing just off to the side of where the library is, on the steps of the library. You can see one person that has been constantly yelling at police, occasionally yelling, a few things at police, and police, for the most part, keeping their distance and keeping things calm in a sense. Right now, overnight in the last 24 hours, we've seen this outside of the library get fortified with even more. You see soccer goals out there that they've taken from a nearby practice field. There's plywood, there's 2x4s, there's other goals like lacrosse goals that have been taken and used as barricades for this occupation of the library that happened Monday evening. School was canceled Tuesday because of it. School was canceled Wednesday because of it. And again, because of the police activity here on campus, school canceled again today. Now, earlier this morning, police were originally telling those inside to come out or face arrest. Shortly after that, within 45 minutes, they changed that message to those within the library are now currently under arrest and face second-degree criminal trespass charges. They've also started doing another message saying they want people to stop coming into the parks and that it's closed from Harrison to College. And if you enter, you will be arrested. And so they're trying to discourage people from coming into the South Park blocks, either to join the cause or to just simply look and see what happens. And they have police tape set up around. They also have a wider perimeter around the campus right now of police sent up from Broadway and College and Mills over to 12th that is completely blocking this campus off as this police activity happens. About 6 a.m. again, we saw police show up to start the eviction process. We're still waiting to see kind of how that plays out and where it goes from here. But for now, police, again, kind of keeping their distance on the outside, letting things kind of quietly unfold as this morning continues and as daylight gets up to full bore here. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Devin Haskins reporting live all morning long from the Portland State University campus as police have arrived and are responding to the protesters that are barricaded inside the library. Okay, we want to make sure that people who are out and about and in the area know that there is a perimeter that police have set up. What you see on your screen right now is from Portland Police. It is a perimeter map. You can see basically outlines areas west of Broadway from Mill to College Street. That is a closure area all the way up to Southwest 11th Avenue. That perimeter also includes the football field. Now, in addition to this perimeter, I did just see a tweet from Portland Police saying that by order of Portland State University and the Portland Police Bureau, it's an even more specific section here. South Park blocks between Southwest Harrison and Southwest College are closed, and any individual entering that small perimeter will be arrested. So again, what you're seeing right now with the pink outline is where police do not want people to enter. But then an even smaller area between Southwest Harrison and Southwest College closed, and if you go in there, you'll be arrested.
In simplest terms this morning, PSU is definitely a place to stay away from as police activity ramps up. We want to go back out live, but first we do want to show you from earlier this morning. This was 90 minutes ago, roughly at 6 o'clock this morning when police first showed up there. Devin Haskins and his photographer were out there at the time. They saw as police showed up at Portland State this morning, and the intent was very clear. Anyone who was still inside that library was told to come out. At this point, they're no longer saying you will be arrested. They're saying you are under arrest. In fact, I believe we have one more piece of video we can show you. This is the only person we've seen detained by Portland police so far this morning. This happened about 45 minutes after officers first arrived. This was right around 6:45 this morning, and we did see someone cuffed there in some way, shape, or form and led off the campus just outside the main library there at Portland State, where protesters remain this morning. One last piece of video before we head back out live, and I believe this was the alert that maybe you were talking about earlier, Christine, from PSU.
Right. So this is the alert from Portland State University, basically saying that campus is closed today for a third day in a row. You may recall that both Tuesday and Wednesday, campus had been closed as well because of the ongoing demonstration happening on campus. Initially, PSU officials were saying that, yeah, they were going to be moving forward with reopening campus. We had that information earlier this morning, but probably within the last hour or so, PSU has come out and said that all in-person classes and events held on the PSU campus are not happening. They're canceled. But online and remote activities, programs, classes that are, again, happening online, those ones are continuing as scheduled at the instructor's discretion. They're asking, students and faculty to kind of check the communication coming out of Portland State University, make alternate plans if possible. It's possible also that some, instructors may choose to move their in-person classes to being remote classes. So just a heads up, if you're a PSU student or, our faculty, just anyone who may be interested in what's going on the PSU campus this morning.
All right, let's get back out live there right now. We also have China Green covering the story for us this morning from the campus. China, you said shortly after you arrived, you witnessed firsthand just how tense things are there this morning.
Yeah, that's right. When I got here, things were already tense. As I was walking to stand right here and set up live, I was yelled at, I was cussed at. So just because it sounds quiet outside the perimeter does not mean tensions are not high. Now, I have a little bit of a vantage point from where Devin is. I can see kind of straight through where the library is. You can see a person who kind of comes in and out of the library. They're yelling. We can't make out what they're saying. But as far as what's going on around the library, it is completely surrounded by police. If I can estimate, I would say maybe 25 police officers with maybe 10 police cruisers. That does not mean that there's more inside other buildings. We kind of see them around Versa Cafe going in and out, so there could be more around. But we've been talking about the closure all morning long. If you come down to this area or maybe you walk the campus to get to work or something, but the closure is inside the bounds of Southwest Broadway and Southwest 11th Avenue between Southwest Mill Street and Southwest College Street. We've been showing you that map all morning long just to prepare you if you are to head down this area. We're told this will last several hours, and as we've been reporting, PSU officials say this is a closed area and anyone who enters is trespassing. They're talking about going through this yellow tape right now. And PSU closed campus again today. We've also been reporting that, but from what we're seeing out here, it seems pretty quiet. We did hear the loudspeaker from Portland Police several times. We haven't heard that in about 20 minutes, but what we were hearing it said those inside the library are under arrest, facing second-degree criminal trespassing, and anyone who resists arrest could have force used against them. I was not here for the arrest that happened. You were talking about an hour or so ago, so I have not seen any of that here. There are some protesters that are going around the perimeter and are chanting "Free, Free Palestine." So that's what's going on outside of the yellow tape. I would say maybe 15, 20 of them. It seems pretty quiet for the time it is right now, just before 8 o'clock. We don't know how long this will last, but Portland police say that this could last for several hours. Now, as I got on the campus, this is my first time on campus reporting on this. I can tell you there is a lot of spray paint around the campus, definitely on the windows of the library. Outside of the library, you can see the makeshift boundary that they have made with soccer goalposts and other piece of plywood and flags and whatnot. So things have definitely escalated in the past few days, and even in just the past 24 hours. We watched Devin Haskins live yesterday as he was reporting, and it seemed peaceful. He was right in front of the library. There was no yellow tape around it, but now things have definitely changed. So we're going to keep looking around and seeing what's going on and see if we can make out what that person coming in and out of the library is saying. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks for that report, Jen. And while we have your shot up still, just a quick recap of a couple details. More than 24 hours ago, about 50 students, we assume, and other folks who were inside the library came out on their own accord of that library. Police have since said anyone remaining in that library will be arrested for criminally trespassing. At this point, we really don't know who all the people are who remain in the library, or even how many of them remain in the library. Of course, we'll continue monitoring what's going on here at the PSU campus if and when police decide to move in. Now, we want to get to another breaking story that we've also been following this morning. 15 Portland police training vehicles set on fire at Portland Police's training complex in Northeast Portland. Police were dispatched just before 2 o'clock this morning to their training complex near Northeast 148th Avenue and Airport Way. That's just a few miles from the airport. You can see those flames reaching higher than the fence surrounding the training complex there. Both police and Portland Fire responded. The fire is now out. There are no reported injuries, and the building was not damaged. At this point, it's still early on in the investigation, and we don't know the circumstances around how that fire started, but we'll keep you updated on any developments. Stay with us for continuing coverage of this story and also what's going on at PSU. But for now, we want to get to our Rod Hill with the weather today. Hey, Rod.
Hey, good morning. We've been giving you multiple forecasts today. And the way this works, I'm the one that gives our news crews a chance to reset a little bit as we're covering this extended news story. So let me bring you a couple of breakout elements. Number one, if you look at these Outlook maps online, this is the month of May. The National Weather Service had been for weeks and weeks projecting a warmer and drier May than normal. But as of April 30th, the forecast has changed to show, well, not so fast. Maybe our May has a chance to be more normal. Certainly, there's no longer confidence to project here on the west that we're going to be warm and dry. And of course, that's good news for us. Not that you want it to rain every single day, but a spring that continues to produce some decent water helps push fire season that farther away. And we reported on Sunrise earlier this morning that, at least according to one of the utility groups, that fire season believed to be starting in its normal time frame at some point in June. Now, I will tell you, as I give you a little snippet of what I think is going to happen this summer, that I don't see a lot of heat in May, 90s or better. I don't see 90s or better, much of them in June either. So that's good news. In fact, I'm projecting one of the cooler summers that we've had over the past 3+ years. I'm projecting 12 to 19 days reaching 90 or better during the months of May into September. And you can find out more on this. It's posted at my KGW Rod Hill Facebook page. Okay, so what's going on weather-wise? Most of us are now dry. Most of us have seen the end of the rain for the day. And we're going to see increasing sunshine in the coming hours and really turn out to be lovely on our Thursday. Now, here's the big radar. Still light rain in the gorge, but that's going to be breaking up soon. And then we have snow showers out east. And we still have what's mostly flurries now up in the Cascades. All the passes are fine. You can see the dry weather in Portland, a few lingering showers down in the Mid-Valley. But look at Cannon Beach. That is gorgeous. Good grief. It was raining several hours ago. Now it's clear. That's about as quick of a transition as we ever see here in our climate. 44 is the number out in Cannon Beach. Still a lot of clouds here in the Portland area and looking out into Washington County from the Reserve Vineyards and Golf Club in Loa, but you can see some clearing out there on the horizon. Here's our downtown city shot. We're having some breaks, but it's mostly cloudy and dry. 47 is our current temperature. 46 down in Salem. Everybody's above freezing this morning. And again, the Cascades saw a little bit of light snow sticking overnight at pass level, but temps have warmed and all those highways are now just wet. So that's good news for travelers. I have us 57 to noon, getting as warm as 66 degrees this afternoon. Dry tonight, dry tomorrow morning, but then tomorrow afternoon rain moves in. That's all steady rain then the remainder of your Friday night, much of Saturday, Sunday, more of a scattered shower pattern. And that is your update on this Thursday morning.
Okay, thank you so much for that update, Rod. Back to the breaking news story that we've been covering for you all morning long. As you may know, or if you're just tuning in right now, around 6 o'clock this morning, Portland police arrived at the Portland State University campus in front of the main library there. And that is, of course, where pro-Palestinian protesters have posted up inside, calling for a ceasefire in Gaza.
That's right. We're going to check back in with Devin Haskins right now, who's been live there for us all morning long since really 4 o'clock. Even before the police got there. But Devin, you were there when police arrived on the scene. We're saying that was right around 6 o'clock this morning. In that time between 6 and now, we've only seen one person detained, but obviously we're starting to hear more chanting from the people who remain inside that library.
Yeah, that's right. So, you know, the first police officer is kind of showing up here behind me. You see the one with the speaker on top of it. They've been kind of communicating messages in a broad sense to the to those inside the library. And you got people just next to me also kind of chanting back at the police that just showed up. The protesters been here since Monday afternoon after taking occupation of the Millar Library here on PSU's campus. Around 6 a.m., police showing up. First telling them that if they didn't come out, they'd face arrest, and then that message changing to, you are now under arrest if you are inside this perimeter as well as inside the library. That arrest charge, though, they're saying is second-degree criminal trespass. Again, trying to kind of talk as loud as these protesters that are chanting back at the police inside. Police pretty much keeping their distance. I'll step out of the way. Police pretty much keeping their distance on the outside where those cars are. You can see off to my left, there's another group of police officers that have kept that position pretty much the entire morning and haven't made any effort to go towards the library. On the steps of the library, we've seen one. I think I see another one protester there standing outside of the steps. They've been talking a little bit to the police as far as like chanting or yelling things. Have been hard to hear what they've been saying. This occupation has had the school closed for 2 days now. Within the last half hour, 45 minutes, PSU announcing that PSU is closed again today. So for 3 days in a row, PSU has been closed because of this occupation of the library and what is going on, and now closed today because of the police activity that is happening here. Now, as far as when police plan to move in, that seems to be kind of like that big question of if it'll happen, when it'll happen. And how aggressive things could get this morning. But again, right now, just kind of one of those sit and wait games of what's going to happen with the police and evicting those protesters that have been inside that library for the last couple of days. Guys.
Devin, you have been reporting for us on this all morning long. We appreciate you being out there. Keep an eye out, and we'll come back to you momentarily. Okay, of course, Devin standing outside of the library. Well, we got pictures of the inside. These are from an anonymous source who sent them to us. They really show the extent of the damage inside of the library there on the PSU campus. We're talking shattered glass, damaged equipment, piled up furniture, a lot of graffiti. You see a reference to Boeing there. That's because protesters want the university to cut ties with companies like Boeing that they say support Israel. So inside, like we're saying, it's an absolute mess from what these photos are showing, and also kind of unclear who did the bulk of this damage. More than 24 hours ago, 50 or so students left the library on their own accord. The remaining folks, we don't know who they are. We don't know how many are continuing to stay inside that library.
Of course, the protest there at Portland State stretched beyond the campus last night. We saw it spill out onto the other streets of downtown Portland, just a few blocks away from the PSU campus. This is video of the protesters last night marching through downtown on the way to the waterfront. A pretty large group there holding up Palestinian flags and signs calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Now, from that large group broke off a smaller group that vandalized businesses downtown. This next piece of video shows that. So we saw windows smashed at that Starbucks there at Pioneer Courthouse Square. One of our KHW News crews also saw people throwing tables and chairs. They captured some of the graffiti that was written on surrounding businesses. Some of that graffiti reading Free Gaza, and we saw others that read Mayday. We also saw that ATM in downtown that was all busted up by that group of protesters. So Multnomah County District Attorney Mike Schmidt is on the record at this point saying that the damage and the threats of violence in downtown will not be tolerated, and that his office is ready to prosecute cases that are related to all those activities.
And back to our continuing coverage of the situation happening on the PSU campus. In addition to our Devin Haskins, China Green has been on campus as well from a little bit of a different vantage point. China, what are you seeing where you're at?
So what we're seeing from where we're at is it looks like two people now coming in and out of the library. We hear them chanting and yelling. We can't make out what they're saying. The chants that you're hearing right now is coming from inside as well as outside. There's about a group of maybe 15, 20 people next to Devin. They're chanting "Free, Free Palestine." They're also yelling at police officers to give up their badge numbers. But police has this place completely surrounded right now with tape. The closure is inside the bounds of Southwest Broadway and Southwest 11th Avenue. This is between Southwest Mill Street and Southwest College Street. If you're familiar with the area, definitely avoid it. We're told that this will last for several hours. PSU officials say this is a closed area, so anyone who goes through this tape is considered trespassing. But we've been hearing on and off of the loudspeaker police saying that those inside the library are under arrest and they're going to be facing second-degree criminal trespassing, and anyone who resists arrest could have force used against them. So protesters, they're on the outside, like I said, they're on the outside of the perimeter. They're chanting "Free Palestine" and yelling at police officers for them to give up their badge number. They're kind of walking back and forth around the perimeter. We just watched two police officers go to the other side of the library, maybe checking things out. We don't really know what they're doing. As far as what the police officers are doing right now, I can only describe it as looking relaxed. They're kind of standing there and they have their hands in their pockets and they have all eyes on the library right now. They don't look like they're at a stance getting ready to do anything. It's been pretty calm out here so far. However, I will say my photog and I was cussed at and yelled at within 3 to 5 minutes of us getting on campus. So it may seem like it's calm on the outside, but tensions are still really high. This is the first time that I've been on campus since all of this erupted on Monday. I could tell you there is a lot of spray paint as we've been reporting. There's a lot of damage. We've seen photos of the damage inside of the library. I'm looking at the soccer goals that we've been talking about, creating their makeshift perimeter and boards and flags and stuff surrounding the library. So again, we're kind of watching that person come in and out of the library. It looks like they have their own gear on, some sort of mask and a shield. We can't make out what they're saying, but it looks like police right now are just relaxed and stepped back and don't look like they're getting prepared to do anything at this moment. But somebody was arrested about an hour ago. So again, tensions are still high here very early this morning. This will last for several hours. We'll continue to be out here and report anything that we see live on scene. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Chana. And hey, before you go, for people who are just joining us, I know you mentioned that one protester on the steps of the library right now. We had heard in Devin's shot, a little bit in your shot too, the voices of other people. How many other protesters are kind of outside the police perimeter, or are there any still?
Any individual entering the perimeter will be arrested.
I'm sorry, Chrissy. Everything just kind of erupted right now. I can't hear what you said. Can you repeat that?
Oh, I just asked about the number of protesters who have arrived this morning. I don't know from your vantage point if you've been able to see any additional protesters who, seeing that this is happening this morning right now, decided to go on campus.
I mean, I don't know if these protesters are new or maybe they were just the same group that's been here for days but decided not to go inside the library. But it appears to be growing throughout the morning. So when I arrived and saw where Devin was posted up, there was about 3-4 protesters chanting around him, saying "Free Palestine," yelling at police for their badge numbers. That has since grown to about 20 maybe plus, and now they're continuously chanting. We heard them maybe once every 20 minutes. It wasn't anything major, but now it's continuing to ramp up. I can also see on the other side of where this perimeter is, it looks to be about 30 to 40 people over there. We're not hearing anything from them over there, so that could just be people wanting to know what's going on, get close to the action and what's happening here on campus. But most of the chanting is happening by where Devin is at right now.
Okay, China Green reporting for us from the Portland State University campus, keeping an eye on when and if police may move in on that library. China, thank you for your reporting. Okay, Rod, we are getting to you now with a look at our weather today.
Yeah, well, this is coming. Look at the North Coast. Earlier, I showed you that Cannon Beach live camera. This is a camera at Gearhart by the Sea Resort looking down at Tillamook Head, and there's Seaside right there, and that's about as blue as you would ever see this image, the Pacific waters. It rained overnight along up in Clatsop County, but all of that is over as it is cleared. Now you go down the coast southward. Here's Lincoln City from Schnickwins Casino Resort. The rain also breaking up. A little murky out there, but you can see the clouds starting to break up coming in, clearing from the north as well. Downtown, so far, not a lot of sun. We're getting some peaks at it. Our rain has ended. We are at 47 degrees. This will be a lovely day moving forward. 7:50 in the morning right now. I do expect increasing sun in the coming hours between now and noon. 46 in Westland, 44 in Camas, 45 in Hillsborough. We're all about the same. There are some lingering showers bouncing down in parts of Marion and Lynn counties. And Polk County, but mostly we are now dry. 57 at noon with a mainly dry day moving forward. That will see increasing sun. We'll get up to about 66 degrees. You're dry tonight. You're dry tomorrow morning when you wake up, but we could see rain as early as the noon hour tomorrow. Remember, this is a 2-day rain event, basically. Raining Friday afternoon, Friday night into much of Saturday, widespread, mainly steady rain with snow levels Saturday back down to Cascade Passes. And then Sunday still looks to be a day with some showers, but maybe not that much total rain. That's your update on this Thursday morning.
All right, before we were about to go over to Chris McGinnis, but we actually have breaking news to get to this morning. Police are now inside the library, so we're going to send it back out live to Portland State right now. We have 2 crews covering the story for this morning, including China Green. So China, again, we just heard in our ear a moment ago that police are now inside the library. So what can you tell us from where you stand?
Yeah, they just pushed it out about 3-4 minutes ago. Officers are inside. They posted a picture of it. They say they are doing a slow and methodical clear of the building. They said, as expected, they have encountered barricades and officers are clearing them as they go. So you're hearing on the loudspeaker that anybody inside is under arrest. Officers have started going inside the building, clearing the barricades as they go. Again, they say they are doing a slow and methodical clear of the building. From the picture, we can't tell how many there are. We're just seeing 3 so far. So again, that is what just happened in the past 5 minutes, is we have learned that that if officers have entered the library, the loudspeaker that you're hearing just moved closer to the library. That's the first time we've seen it. They've been parked right behind us since we got here, and about a few seconds ago they just kind of rolled up closer to the library so they could hear it. But again, the breaking news happening right now is that police have entered the building and they are removing the barricades.
Okay, and thank you so much, China, for this breaking news update. You heard her talk about the tweet from Portland police. This is what she's talking about, and that is the photo that she's talking about. You can see a few police officers, the back of a couple of them. That tweet saying officers are inside the library now. They're doing a slow, methodical clear of the building as expected. We have encountered barricades, say Portland police. They say officers are clearing those barricades as they go. Again, this all started around 6 o'clock this morning when police rolled up on the PSU campus. And just now, within the last 3 to 5 minutes, police announcing that they have made their way inside the library.
We also saw someone being detained earlier this morning. That was around 6:45. That was the first person that we saw being detained by Portland police. I believe this is the video right there. Yep. This was around 6:45, 45 minutes after police arrived on the scene there at Portland State. Since then, and we're talking about more than an hour now, we really haven't seen a lot of that sort of police activity, although we did just get that update from Portland police that officers have entered the library. The university was very clear last night into this morning. They wanted to open up the campus today. They've already shot that down, closing classes for the rest of the day. And they've said that anyone who remains inside that library will be arrested, point blank. There's no more negotiations in terms of that. The university has also been clear since we've been covering this story, as we show you a perimeter right now, a map that shows what areas of the university are off limits. Anyone who crosses these lines that we're showing you that surround the campus can be arrested for trespassing. So we're telling all of our viewers this morning, this is definitely a part of downtown that you want to stay clear from. The university, since this story really started on Monday with the protesters showing up there at the library and taking over the main library on campus, University has been clear that they support students' free speech. They support the demonstrations. What they are not tolerating is the damage and the destruction there on campus, specifically what we've seen from pictures inside the library. It is, to put it plainly, an absolute mess inside. Police showed up here this morning to arrest. They made it clear as well. They're not here to tell the protesters who remain inside to leave the library. They're there to arrest these people at this point. There was a group that about 24 hours ago, around 50 or so protesters that did walk out of the library. They were warned to do so. They could avoid arrest that way and avoid punishment, and they did leave the library. Those who remain at this point are considered under arrest, and Portland police continue to mark off areas of the campus to keep people from moving in, and they also themselves have been moving inside the library to break up the situation that continues there this morning.
Right, and that announcement coming from Portland police minutes ago in a tweet showing Portland police making their way into that library. We have two crews on the scene. One is our China Green. The second is our Devin Haskins. Devin, you have been there since like 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning. What do you have to report from your angle?
Yeah, so news, just like you said just minutes ago, where police saying that they are inside right now, slowly and methodically clearing the building and clearing away those barricades from within. So about 6 o'clock this morning, we saw police start to show up here, put up the barricades, put up the police tape, and kind of move the crowd back beyond the tape here as they kind of began to start telling people that they needed to evacuate and needed to get out of the library, to then saying if you're still in the library, you are now under arrest and you are facing second-degree criminal trespass charges. Things kind of been so far calm on the outside. Obviously, throughout the morning, we've heard multiple chants from people here on the outside of the tape, yelling at police, but also yelling pro-Palestinian messages, free Gaza, free Palestine. They're starting behind me as well, also wanting police to give their badges right now. Every couple minutes, the yelling starts again and then quiets down. Since we were here, we've seen the protesters build up more of those barricades in the front, from soccer goals to plywood to boards. We've seen one person constantly you can see him there on the steps right now, constantly talking or yelling at police, yelling messages about their message of why they're here, about free Gaza and free Palestine. Back at police. Police, from our vantage point, have remained where they are. Now we know that they are inside. We know that they're going slowly through the building, trying to clear those barricades, trying to evict anybody that they find, letting them know that they are under arrest if they are still within the library right now, or even within this barricade of these tape here at the South Park blocks. They also want to warn anybody coming here that if you are caught getting into the South Park blocks, you will be arrested. They have it closed off from College to Harrison. Anybody trying to get in to either see or join the cause will also be arrested. And again, the big news also coming that PSU has closed down campus for the third day in a row because of this occupation here at the library. So we'll wait more to see kind of what police find from the inside, and continue to monitor their social media as they continue to talk about what they're doing, and if any more arrests are made. We've seen one so far, one person getting taken away in zip tie handcuffs probably about an hour and a half ago, just shortly after this all started. Guys, we'll send it back to you for now.
Yeah, very tense situation as things unfold. Police making their way inside the library. Devin, thank you for your reporting. I know officers literally, police just tweeted less than a minute ago, officers have made 2 arrests outside of the PSU library. Obviously, probably more to come this morning.
So Devin referenced the damage inside the library. We can show you with pictures that were sent to us from an inside source there at the library this week, and the extensive is damage, the damage is extensive. You can see some of the damage here in these pictures: glass broken, vending machines destroyed, books, papers thrown off the shelves, computers damaged. You see the burn Boeing statement right there, and that speaks to part of this protest. We know that protesters at PSU have been calling for the university to call for an immediate ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas. They've also asked the university to cut its ties with Boeing, which has reportedly supplied military hardware to Israel. 3 days ago, Portland State came out and said they were pausing their relationship with Boeing, and they weren't accepting any other money from Boeing at this time to try to appease the protesters in that regard. But the protests continue here this morning, and we've reached the situation that we have here where police are now on campus making arrests.
Right. And, you know, we just saw those images from inside the library. I mean, at this point, it's unclear who remains in the library, who was responsible for the bulk of that damage, because a little over 24 hours ago, about 50 people came out peacefully on their own. But at this point, yeah, unclear who remains in that library and who was responsible for the bulk of that damage.
So this is an extension of the story that we covered last night. There was a march shortly, or just down the block, I should say, from Portland State, just a few blocks away. These groups of protesters made their way to the waterfront. And what we saw from here was a smaller group that broke off and created a lot of damage in the streets of downtown Portland. We had crews covering this. We saw the damage right there. This is the Starbucks at Pioneer Courthouse Square. Windows smashed. We saw chairs and tables being thrown through buildings. We saw graffiti being spray painted on businesses across downtown. Some of those messages being Free Gaza. We also saw Mayday messages amongst the graffiti. This ATM was busted up during that protest last night. So Multnomah County District Attorney Mike Schmidt already on the record saying that the damage and the threats of violence that we saw last night will not be tolerated by the county, and that the office, the DA's office that is ready to prosecute cases that are related to these activities.
Okay, and we have had two crews here at PSU this morning. One was our Devin Haskins. We also have our China Green. China, you were the one that kind of reported that breaking news that police were making their way into the library. What are you looking at now?
Currently, I'm watching somebody leave the library. I couldn't tell if it was an older gentleman or not, but the protesters that are standing over there near Devin were chanting or yelling something at them. I don't know who that was or what they were doing. They looked to be in normal clothes. So that was what just happened right now. But as we mentioned a few minutes ago, officers are in fact inside the library right now. They say that they are doing a slow, methodical clear of the building. And they say, as expected, they encountered barricades and officers are clearing them as they go. There are people who come in and out of the library there. I think we have our eyes on them right now. It's usually one holding a shield there, but there has been two at moments. I don't know if they know police are inside. They seem to be calm and collected and continue to kind of chant stuff at police officers. Officers on the outside of the library seem pretty calm. They're standing together, about 10 of them with their hands in their pockets. I can only describe them as looking relaxed. They do have their eyes on the library right now, but as far as a stance as to entering, we're not seeing that on this side. So officers are again inside the library right now. Now on and off, we have heard the loudspeaker. The loudspeaker on top of the patrol car has moved forward and got closer to the library, and it's saying that this is PPB, and to the individuals left inside the perimeter of the South Park blocks or Millar Library, you are now under arrest for second-degree trespass. So anybody inside will be arrested. And then they went on to say that anyone resisting arrest could have force used against them and be subject to additional criminal charges. So that's what police are laying out right now of what's going on inside of the library. As far as outside, we have been told by Portland police that they have made 2 arrests outside of the library. We don't know if that is plus the one we saw here, in addition to that one, or what we saw on camera was one of them that they were referring to. Tensions outside, ebbs and flows. It depends on where you're at. Near Devin, I can see a group of protesters. They're quiet and then they chant, and then when you hear the loudspeaker like that, then they get riled up and they shout Free Palestine, and then they start yelling at police officers to give up their badge numbers, and then they kind of make their way around the perimeter, around the yellow tape, chanting Free Palestine. It has continuously grown since I got here, so the tensions continue to be up, and then maybe they'll go down and be silent here on campus for about 10 minutes. I will tell you, as I've been mentioning this morning, when I arrived, my photog and I were cussed out within 3 to 5 minutes of being on campus. So that's what happened as soon as we got here. This is the first time I have been on campus this week reporting. It's been Devin Haskins who's been manning this story. And I will tell you, like we've been reporting, there is definitely a lot of damage outside. We've seen pictures inside the library, but on the outside, what I can see is a lot of spray paint. There's spray paint on the windows of the library. They took goalposts from soccer fields to make their makeshift boundary. There's wooden boards up and flags and kind of any material they were able to grab to put on the outside to create their boundaries. So again, still keeping an eye on that person that goes in and out of the library. They're the ones starting the chant Free Palestine, as those on the outside of the perimeter are chanting back. We're going to continue following this and see what unfolds and see what comes out of the library. Back to you.
China, we're not going to let you go just yet. I'm just curious. A moment ago, Eric, your photographer, was giving us a close-up shot of the group of protesters that are just a few hundred feet away from you. I'm just curious, have you been able to tell those protesters that have now gathered outside the library, have they come from inside the library and gathered outside now, or have they come from outside the campus and made their way onto the campus? Have you been able to tell that yourself this morning?
I have only seen that one person, or actually two people, come in and out of the library to stand there on top of the steps there. I haven't seen anybody come outside to gather in that area. When I got here, it was maybe 3 or 4 people next to Devin, creating like a protest line against the yellow tape. It's since grown to maybe 15, 20. They're the ones that you're going to hear chanting back and forth. So it's grown. It seems like people are just kind of coming to campus, and some are either just standing to see what's going on as they're hearing the loudspeaker erupt throughout their community, and maybe others are joining in the protest to start the chant.
Yeah, and to add a little bit of...
sounds like we're having somebody from inside on the steps speaking, if you want to take a listen. Are you guys able to hear that? Or do you want me to tell you what he's saying?
You know, if you could tell us what he's saying, we can hear a little bit of it, China, but if you can explain to us what he's saying, that would be helpful, I think.
Okay. Kind of hard to make out myself. Stand by.
We can listen in, and we'll check in with you when he's done.
Right, and so to lend a little bit of clarity to what China was saying in terms of the protesters, I know that on the protest group's social media that's involved in this particular demonstration, they have called for people to come down to the library to show their support. So it's possible that some of the protesters we've seen this morning congregating outside of that library may have seen some social media posts from the group protesting inside the library.
So we're hearing one of the protesters now shouting through that bullhorn this morning. Clearly the chant's getting louder there at the PSU campus. This is one vantage point. We also have a second crew that's been covering this story for us this morning, so we can also check in with Devin Haskins and his photographer, Chad Dehart. Not too far away from where China was just standing. I don't know if you can hear that chant, or those chants, Devin, as well as she could, or if there's more activity happening from where you stand, but clearly there is a crowd growing there this morning.
Yeah, and I can answer with that question as far as if some of these protesters were inside. And I talked to one of them. He said, yes, they've been here since around Monday when this all happened. So some of those that were inside have come out, and they were out here. Now, whether or not they came out when police first showed up or before police showed up, that's a question I can't answer. But yeah, this crowd behind me here has continued to grow. Now, one thing that was just told to me was that they said they're in contact with those inside, saying that police have cornered the protesters that are inside. I asked how many people they thought were inside, and they said we're estimating around 20 to 30 inside the library at this point. Now, we're not able to verify those numbers, but that is what I was told by a protester recently that is out here talking with the protester on the step and chanting back and forth with police.
Hey, Devin, we're going to interrupt your broadcast here. A live look right now from Washington, D.C. President Biden is actually on the podium right now addressing campus protests all across the country. So we're going to listen in right now to President Biden.
And it looks like we are having some technical issues here. We intend to take President Biden as soon as we can, who's talking about college campuses across the country.
Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None of this is a peaceful protest. Threatening people, intimidating people, instilling fear in people is not peaceful protest. It's against the law. Dissent is essential to democracy, but dissent must never lead to disorder or to denying the rights of others so students can finish the semester and their college education. Look, it's basically a matter of fairness. It's a matter of what's right. There's the right to protest, but not the right to cause chaos. People have the right to get an education, the right to get a degree, the right to walk across the campus safely without fear of being attacked. But let's be clear about this as well. There should be no place on any campus, no place in America for anti-Semitism or threats of violence against Jewish students. There is no place for hate speech or violence of any kind, whether it's anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or discrimination against Arab Americans or Palestinian Americans. It's simply wrong. There's no place for racism in America. It's all wrong. It's un-American. I understand people have strong feelings and deep convictions. In America, we respect the right and protect the right for them to express that. But it doesn't mean anything goes. It needs to be done without violence, without destruction, without hate, and within the law. You know, make no mistake, as president, I will always defend free speech, and I will always be just as strong in standing up for the rule of law. That's my responsibility to you, the American people, and my obligation to the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, have the protests forced you to reconsider any of the policies with regard to the region?
No. Thank
Mr.
you.
President, do you think the National Guard should intervene?
No.
Mr. President, do you agree with what the students are calling for?
Mr. President, the former president said that he was no longer.
Again, that was President Biden saying that the peaceful protest, it's not happening because of the violence, the intimidation. He said there is a right to protest, but not a right to cause chaos. And just there, we heard a reporter talking about asking if these protests are causing him to rethink policies in regards to Israel and Hamas. He said these protests are not causing him to rethink those. And of course, these protests happening at college campuses across the country.
Yeah, so we have been covering the story from the local front here all morning long out of PSU. But yes, as Christine just mentioned, these protests happening on campuses across the country. According to our news partners at NBC, hundreds of protests were arrested, or protesters, that is, were arrested earlier this morning after police moved in to clear the pro-Palestinian encampment at UCLA. Classes are canceled there today as well. Let's hear from NBC's Steve Patterson. We may not have.
And just like that, as the sun has risen after a long night of flashbangs and smoke and obscenities and people being pulled out of this encampment, for the most part, it is over. I'm standing in the middle of what was this encampment for about a week here in the campus of UCLA, the library, Royce Hall. All of this now just a big mess. Police came in very swiftly overnight for about 3 hours or so, peeling and pulling essentially this entire encampment system down while detaining dozens and dozens of protesters. In fact, the estimate is over 100 people were arrested because they fought back pretty aggressively as well. Some of those protesters fashioning sort of shields, putting on helmets, saying they are not moving for anybody, and they didn't until the very end. Police, though, saying essentially nobody was injured. That includes police officers when bottles were thrown at them, and that includes trying to do the best they could to not only keep themselves safe, but the protesters themselves safe as well. Meanwhile, the university said that this was unlawful, and now it's over. Back to you.
All right, that was NBC's Steve Patterson reporting for us this morning there in Los Angeles. We're talking about the scene there at UCLA. Of course, our big local story this morning is the scene at Portland State University, and we'll have more on that coming up here shortly. But we do want to break to get you an update on today's weather. We start with this look from the coast, Rod Hill. Beautiful shot there behind you this morning.
Yeah, you know, it was raining at the coast overnight, the same as it was here in Portland and Salem and up through Vancouver. So obviously things are changing and looking up if becoming sunny is looking up. All of our cameras along the north coast are now showing clear skies where it will be a lovely day, 45 degrees. The rain is over in Portland, minus a spotty shower chance as we go through the day. Now, the clouds are still out there, but they are breaking up, especially if you look up to the north. So I still expect increasing sun between now and noon. And our temperature not bad, 48 degrees, 46 down in Salem. It is clear in Astoria where it is 50 degrees. We have scattered showers continuing the forecast in central and eastern areas today. There are still lingering showers up in the gorge. The Dalles is at 46. Sun River, by the way, a little bit of new snow last night on the ground there this morning. Portland's day planner, here we go. All of your outdoor plans are looking good. The rain was an overnight thing, if you will. 57 degrees at noon. We have a chance to be as warm today as 66, assuming we get the sun that I think is coming. Tomorrow you wake up, it's dry in the morning, but then afternoon rain quickly arrives. Temperatures around 60. And then for your planning purposes, don't forget, this is a 2-day rain event with mainly hours of steady rain. Friday afternoon, Friday night, much of the day Saturday. Saturday mid-50s at best. Saturday's going to be chilly with snow at pass level over the Cascades and heavy snow when you get up to 5,000 to 6,000 feet. Sunday, a much drier day. May only be a few scattered showers around, but showers will pick up Sunday night into Monday. And I'm just rewriting the forecast with the newest data coming in this morning. And I do show now that Wednesday is dry, Thursday's dry, and Friday's dry, maybe Saturday. So once we get past Tuesday, it looks like a good little run of very pleasant spring weather. That's your update for now.
Oh, you mean springtime returns?
Yeah.
That'll be good. All right, we'll look forward to that. All right, we're in the heart of the morning commute, if you will. We have pretty well cleared out the commute in Clark County, but there are several slow spots on the Oregon side here. Let's go ahead and check out one of them. I-205 between Oregon City and Westland, puttering right along. This is near the Highway 213 exit ramp, so all of that traffic funneling down towards the Abernathy Bridge. That's a busy commute, as it is through North Portland. This is I-5 near the Expo Center, and basically the end of the line has made its way down to the Interstate Bridge, but then from there it's slow and go the rest of the way down towards the Fremont. Banfield, of course, tight rolling out of the Gateway District, and right now that's probably our slowest, one of our slowest stretches of freeway. Guys, the inbound Sunset also puttering along a little bit. You've got about a 30-minute commute or so to get you in from Brookwood Parkway to I-405, and that's a look at your morning commute right now.
All right, Chris, we appreciate that update. We do want to get back to our breaking news this morning. We're talking about the ongoing situation on the campus of Portland State University.
Right. So our Devin Haskins, one of two crews out there this morning. Devin, what are you seeing right now?
Right now, just kind of a beehive of activity here where we're standing at with the protesters engaging with police. Briefly, because just moments ago, they had ripped up this police tape that we're standing behind. Then it started kind of gaining some chance and some activity as police came over to reline this police line between these two trees, creating some more chanting and shouting from protesters here that are behind the line at the police that came up to kind of back them up and put them, again, behind a secured line that was placed here a couple hours ago. Here, kind of the same activity on the outside. On the inside, we do know that police are inside. They are doing slow, methodical searches throughout the building. They're running into barricades, clearing those as they come into them. One of the protesters we talked to said that there's probably 20 to 30 people, they believe, inside the library at this time. Again, we're unable to confirm that number that they're telling us. They also mentioned that they were told by people inside that the protesters are cornered. Again, whether or not that is 100% accurate or not, we're still kind of waiting to hear more from police. Police have told us, though, that they have arrested 2 people outside the library. It's unclear how many people inside have so far been placed under arrest, as police have been here since about 6 o'clock this morning, when they first started showing up to evict those that are here inside. And the messages are from the beginning of leave and you'll face arrest to now, if you're still still inside the library and within the park blocks in their boundary, you are now under arrest and you will be charged with second-degree criminal trespass. The group next to me is protesters that are chanting back and forth with yelling at police, but also chanting with somebody there that is a protester on the steps of the library that has been chanting multiple Palestinian messages, pro-Palestinian messages, free Gaza, and stuff to that nature. We haven't seen police on the outside make any effort to go in, but we do know, again, that police are already on the inside. How they got in there, what entrance they made, we're unsure of, and how they did. There's people on both sides of this park. Here on the south side where I'm at, as well as on the north side, there's another barricade there closer to Harrison. I'm near College, so there's another barricade closer to Harrison that you have another group at that I can see through the trees. Police standing over there next to that line. But again, this happening around 6, PSU closing campus for the 3rd day. We're going to be out here all morning long as this continues to unfold. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Devin Haskins out there for many hours at this point covering this developing situation. We're going to leave the shot up and monitor it while we also update you on Portland Police and their Twitter account. They're releasing updates every now and again. We've gotten a couple pictures from them. They've also said just about less than 10 minutes ago, they said rumors have circulated that officers inside the library have tear gas. Police are saying that bit of information is incorrect, that those are just rumors. They say officers have standard issue 40mm less lethal launchers. So they say that those are tools that they've got for daily patrol and also public order events. And their use is actually regulated by the department's use of force policy. You can see this outside shot right now. You can see that soccer goal post or the soccer goal outside the school. But we want to take a look at the inside pictures of the library, which is what we received yesterday from an anonymous source. And it really speaks to the extent of the damage inside the library. Do we have those pictures? Oh, there they are. You can see a lot of graffiti, a lot of piled up furniture, damaged equipment. You can see that, spray paint really all over the walls, glass shattered inside the library. At this point, it's unclear who is responsible for the bulk of this. Burn Boeing, that is in reference to protesters' calls for the university to cut ties with companies like Boeing that they say support Israel. But yeah, definitely a bit of a mess inside that library at this point, where officers have said this morning they are inside.
We're going to take you back out live here in just a minute, but first, this protest at Portland State last night, we know stretched beyond the campus. It spilled onto the streets of downtown Portland. We saw protesters marching through downtown on their way to the waterfront. This is a look at that video from last night. The protesters in this group holding up signs and flags supporting Palestine, calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Some of those people, though, did eventually break off from the main group, and they vandalized businesses downtown. So this next set of pictures and video shows that damage. We saw the windows at the Starbucks at Pioneer Courthouse Square smashed. One of our news crews also saw people throwing tables and chairs. We captured graffiti that was written on surrounding businesses. Some of that graffiti reading messages like Free Gaza and Mayday. We also saw that ATM machine right there busted up by protesters last night. In an update from Multnomah County's District Attorney Office, Mike Schmidt released a statement saying that the damage and the threats of violence that were witnessed last night will not be tolerated by his office. And he also said the office of the DA is ready to prosecute cases that are related to all of these activities.
And, you heard us talk about the latest updates from Portland Police via their Twitter account. This is what we were talking about. So we are pulling this up so that you can see the picture that accompanies the information that we told you, which of course says rumors circulating that officers inside the library have tear gas and are using that. Police saying that is not correct, that those are just rumors. You can see in that photo one police officer inside the library. Earlier this morning, we saw another photo of police officers entering the library. At this point, we haven't heard of any arrests coming from inside the library or really what's been happening, but we are continuing to monitor Portland Police's social media accounts. We've also got 2 crews out there at the PSU campus that we've been checking in on all morning long. Devin Haskins is there, and also our China Green.
I want to be really clear about the messaging that the Portland Police has delivered to the protesters at PSU, and we'll get back to those live pictures here in just a minute as soon as we can. But PPB very clear. Portland police saying today that any individuals left inside the perimeter of the South Park blocks that they blocked off this morning, or anyone that's still inside the library, those people are now under arrest for second-degree trespass. And the police going on to say that anyone who resists arrest this morning could have force used against them and be subject to additional criminal charges. They're telling people to follow officer directions as appropriate.
And also, you know, in addition to our team coverage with our two crews this morning, China Green and Devin Haskins, our Kyle Iboshi is also on campus for us this morning. Kyle, you are our third crew on campus. You have a very unique angle. You've covered these protests before. What are you seeing?
We're standing on the west side, or the back side of the library, near the football practice field. And from this vantage point, within the past, say, 5 or 10 minutes, we've seen at least one arrest. A male was pulled out through the back door and taken to a police vehicle. He had zip ties behind his back, appeared to be complying with police. He wore sunglasses, so it really was difficult to tell whether he was a student or non-student, the age of this individual who was detained. That really has been one of the big questions throughout this demonstration. Are these students or non-students? How many are actually in the library? As he was being walked to a patrol car, an officer was holding what appeared to be some of his belongings, or a bag of stuff, for lack of a better word. Took him in the police vehicle. We don't know who this person is or, again, their age, but clearly it was someone who was inside the library that was walked away and detained. Again, we're on the west side, or the back side of the library. You can see the police tape set up, a large perimeter around the library area and much of campus, many people being asked to stay back. In walking closer to the scene, I can tell you we obviously saw a very large police presence. There were police vehicles parked several blocks away, many of them unmarked. You can see some of the officers here standing around the perimeter. What I'll also note is what they're wearing here. They're wearing the hats. Some of them have goggles. We have also seen less than lethal weapons, them carrying, and also zip ties in anticipation of any arrest. In previous protests, we've obviously seen officers more heavily fortified with very heavy gear and almost looking like body armor. In this case, that is not the situation. It has also been interesting in kind of observing how the situation has played out this morning. Unlike many other campuses around the country, police have gone in to forcibly remove protesters. They've done that in the overnight hours. And having seen previous protests in Portland, that often is a tactic that police use, is they will go in the overnight hours to remove encampments or remove protesters. Here, it's interesting in that they waited till daylight, now morning hours, to go and try and remove these demonstrators from the library. Certainly a different tactic than many police agencies around the country. The question is how this will play out. Obviously, we've seen other outsiders come here to demonstrate, and that creates a unique set of challenges because obviously they want to create a sterile or safe environment as they pull people from the library. Again, we're on the west side, the back side of the library. We're watching activities. A lot of police officers kind of standing and waiting. We don't know what's happening inside the building itself. That is the big mystery. At what point they will begin bringing people out and how willing those demonstrators are to come with police.
Hey, Kyle, this is Drew now. You mentioned not being able to really identify the age of the person that you saw detained. And Devin made a good point earlier that, we're talking about college students in this case, right? So, a college student could be any age. It could be an older person, and they could also be a student. So it's really hard to determine that.
It is difficult. I can tell you, having been here on Tuesday and actually speaking with many of the demonstrators and going inside the library for a short period of time, escorted by a faculty member, I was asking people, are you a student, are you a non-student? Of the people I spoke with, 2 of them were non-students. Devin earlier that day had spoken with a student. So we don't really know. And that will be one thing we'll wait to find out, particularly of those who are arrested, whether they are students or not. It's also been interesting as far as, again, comparing the response here versus other college campuses around the country. Many universities have said there will be suspensions or expulsions due to their activities. We really have not heard from Portland State what disciplinary actions, if any, there might be for students participating. So that is another question that we'll wait for an answer.
The other thing, Kyle, it was about an hour ago, maybe about 7 o'clock now, that the university decided we're going to cancel classes again today. Up until that point, the thought was they're going to try to hold classes. Have you seen anyone show up on campus near where you stand who maybe hadn't gotten that word, who showed up today thinking class was going to happen as normal?
No one. It is pretty early, though, but no students with book bags or headed to class. more so people just curious about what's going on. And obviously it's a very large perimeter, so it would be very difficult to have classes going if they wanted to, because many of the primary corridors where students walk to class have been closed off. Not only that, but there's just so much activity going on, it would be nearly impossible to hold any kind of classes on campus today in light of the police activity.
Okay, Kyle, and before we let you go as well, you had mentioned, you had covered this story on Tuesday, I think it was, and you also said that you had a chance to go inside the library. We've seen images from inside the library, pictures from an anonymous source showing extensive damage, a lot of graffiti, broken glass, piled up furniture, that sort of thing. I know when you went in, you couldn't really see a whole lot, but can you give us a rundown of what you did see when you were able to go inside the library earlier this week?
Sure, and again, my experience was rather brief. I was speaking with a faculty member from Portland State who showed me their identification so I could verify the fact they indeed worked at Portland State and taught classes here. They said, I'll take you inside. I want to show you that these are peaceful demonstrators. And so I said, okay, I'll go with you. There was no resistance. We walked right into the main lobby of the library, and from there I was able to kind of evaluate. We did see some graffiti and some damage. We also saw a makeshift station set up for food, for medical supplies and other supplies, and at least one tent that was set up, or a sleeping bag. From that vantage point, I was able to kind of see some other areas, but really was not able to kind of walk through the library. Once they recognized media, someone said, no media inside, and so they asked me to leave. One of the big questions that I had is what kind of activities or damage was occurring on the upper floors of the library, because earlier in the day a demonstrator had said, well, there are students up on the second and third floor, some of them studying, and I wanted to see that. I also wanted to see what kind of damage was occurring up there, and unfortunately I wasn't able to go to those upper floors of the library. Instead, my primary area that I was focused on was that main main entrance. One other thing I should note, though, having been inside the library that was curious, is looking out towards the park blocks and how the demonstrators had set up fortification or barricades using chain link fencing, wooden pallets. And as I asked them about that, they said, well, that's to keep us safe. When police come in, we want this something to deter police from moving in. And obviously that is challenging. I'll note, as we kind of look here, again, we're on the west side, so we're on the back side of the library. You can see some of the materials, some orange barrels here, a lacrosse net, and some other training materials, maybe from the athletics field nearby. We've seen the demonstrators over the past few days drag some of these materials from campus or nearby construction sites out to help to reinforce their barricades. And so that's not unusual to see materials like this outside of the library. Obviously, police have had to move some of that to get inside and have done so. I should note, just to kind of refresh, several minutes ago, we saw at least one person taken out of the library through that back door, zip ties behind their back, and escorted to a patrol car. So what we've witnessed so far is just one person at this point from inside the building who was taken out.
Okay, Kyle Aboshi reporting for us, our third crew on the Portland State University campus. Appreciate your unique insight in this developing situation. We'll continue to check in with you as things develop. For now, though, we have also been monitoring Portland Police's Twitter account. Right now, we're still looking. Yep, there it is. The Twitter account has just posted about 3 minutes ago this video. You heard Kyle talk about barricades on the outside. Well, Portland police say they are encountering numerous barricades inside the library. Mostly, they say, they're encountering things like piled up furniture. They say their officers, you can see them in the video, working through those barricades. You saw like a table that was overturned. The police say they're taking their time and really emphasizing or trying to emphasize safety for everyone involved. But this is a snapshot of what's going on inside that main library on the PSU campus. We'll continue to monitor their social media and try to get updates as we can to get a better sense of everything that's going on inside the library.
We are in our second hour of extended coverage on the Sunrise Show this morning, and we'll get back to the story there at Portland State in just a minute. But we also want to update you, if you're still watching us here this morning, on today's weather forecast. Rod Hill is standing by. In fact, I'm told, give him just a minute. Rodney has to get back into place. So we'll have Rod and an update from Chris McGinnis for you right now.
That was just a minute. Thank you, Drew. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm going to take you through an extended weather forecast. We're going to give our news crews a chance to gather new information and get reset. They've been on the scene now, going back to at least the 6 o'clock hour as this continues to unfold. The weather part of the story is this will be a day that becomes sunnier and warmer and really quite nice after that ball of rain moved through last night, dropping more than 1/4 of an inch of rain here in downtown Portland. I've got the satellite and the radar. If you look carefully, you see the gray. This is the clearing line, and cameras support this. Clear in Seattle, clearing down in Cowlitz County, clearing in Astoria, Cannon Beach, and Seaside. We still have rain lingering in the gorge, but the drying has come through St. Helens and all the way through Mount Adams. So you folks in Hood River watching, good morning. You'll be breaking out of this rain soon. And right now we still have some lingering flurries over the Cascades. There will continue to be at least spotty mountain showers that will redevelop today. But I think for the flats of the valley, basically most of us are done with the rain. Now there is a lingering shower right now over Salem where you folks had been dry, and there's still a raindrop down there. But Tillamook northward, Portland northward, right now the radar is completely clean. Here's some of those live cameras to help me tell the weather story. This is the Astoria column camera. Of course, the Astoria Meckler Bridge right there. And look how clear it is. And again, it rained here last night, too. So we don't see this type of clearing that often quickly sweep in after hours of rain. But that has happened this morning. It's 50 degrees up in Astoria. Now, Timberline, boy, what a story this has been. If you've been out of town, you haven't heard, they picked up about 2.5 feet of snow in the last several days. They picked up at least 2 to 3 inches of snow last night, and they could get more than a foot or so again coming Friday night into Saturday. So anything but May up in the Cascades. It's 30 degrees up there right now. Now, if you are driving up over the mountains today, if that's in your plans, early partial snow cover has melted away. ODOT has the roads in great shape. That's 33 degrees and just a clean highway at Government Camp. 34 now, but the highway's clean. But look at all the fresh snow roadside. That's Santiam Pass. Here's Willamette Pass. Not as much snow roadside, but it's chilly, 35, and the highway is just clean. Downtown, I keep expecting to see this picture, which it will show at any moment now, begin to show some sun, but so far it's been mainly cloudy. 48 is the number that we're sitting at. 46 down in Salem, Eugene's 51, Ben's 41. Everybody on this map did remain above freezing last night. It's 41 in Baker City and 36 out in Burns this morning. So our forecast numbers, we're at 48. We should be up to about 57 at noon. I think we'll have a good bit of sunshine from noon on into the afternoon. Temperatures could go as warm as 66. And by the way, on the second day of May, 66 is the normal so-called climate high for us. Here's a look at our Futurecast movie. This is this morning. And you're seeing, you know, there are clouds, especially lingering in parts of the valley to the south, but generally partly cloudy Portland. There are those spotty showers over the Cascades primarily. Otherwise, pretty nice afternoon. It's dry tonight. It's dry tomorrow morning when you wake up. And then we have the rain quickly hitting the coast. This is, and then we get into the afternoon. Here we are at 2 p.m. Friday. I still think it's possible we could have rain as early as noon in Portland tomorrow, but maybe it's not until more into the afternoon. This shows 2 o'clock. Anyway, once it starts raining tomorrow, that'll be it. It'll be raining the remainder of the day, all of Friday night, and a good chunk of Saturday. Here's midnight, Friday overnight. Here's Saturday. Now, there's a front that comes in Friday evening, and behind that front, snow levels overnight into Saturday morning drop back down to 4,000 feet. So if your weekend plans call for you to be driving over the Cascades, especially Saturday morning, you could easily find snow on the roadways. And this is that time frame where Meadows and Timberline, both resorts, continue to be open on the weekends. Meadows weekends only right now, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but they could be looking at well over a foot, maybe more like 15, 16 inches of snow, what they had several days ago. Here's the rain that this breaks it up, but there's reason to believe that this may be wrong. The rain may not break up much Saturday at all. If it does, it won't be until late in the day. I really feel like much of Saturday is still going to be raining. Here's the wider Futurecast look. Some scattered showers lingering this afternoon at 3 o'clock, mainly mountains and central and eastern areas. The rain totals, this is primarily what comes in tomorrow during the day and then continues through Saturday. About 1.5 inches at the coast and the valley. And what's impressive, I mean, look at the numbers in Central Oregon. Bend, 0.7 of an inch. Baker City, 62/100 of an inch. We are literally in the season now that every bit of moisture you can squeeze out it's fair to say it can just put off fire season a little bit longer, keep our stream flow high, our streams flowing higher a little bit longer. So, you know, in terms of the overall water picture, with summer knocking on the door before too long, it's great news. All right, 66 tomorrow, 60 or today, pardon me, 60 or better tomorrow, depends on when the rain starts. And then mid-50s Saturday, the rainy day. Sunday is a day with scattered showers. It may only be few in numbers. So if you're going to try to be outdoors working or playing Sunday, maybe you're going to be more dry than wet. Looks like it's promising, 59. Rains pick up Sunday night, Monday. Showers on Tuesday. Wednesday is dry. That's a forecast change. Wednesday now looks dry with temperatures in the 60s. I have us hitting 70 or better on Thursday and Friday of next week. So sunny days are starting to show up. That's your forecast for now.
That coincides with Mother's Day weekend, right? So, all right, give Rod a pat on the back for that. All right, let's get a look at the drive this morning. And as we are kind of late into our morning commute now, we still have some slow spots. 205 southbound, Gladstone to Westland, running thick over the Abernathy Bridge. This is the live look at Highway 213. Doesn't look much different from the last time we checked it. It's pretty slow and go there, as it is through North Portland. We're cleared in Clark County now, but the I-5 South commute pretty much hits the brakes once you get down to the Expo Center, and you're riding it pretty heavy there all the way down to 405. Here's a look at the inbound Banfield. That's a little slow. Inbound Sunset, again, all three lanes coming down the hill from Sylvan into the tunnel. The point is here, we've got a lot of slow spots out there, but I don't have any crashes and nothing, let's say, out of the ordinary for this time of the morning. Again, we're deep into the morning commute. It's a 40-minute ride to get you in from Wilsonville. It's about a 30-minute ride right now to get you in from Hillsborough to downtown. But at this point, guys, I don't have any unexpected big delays or big crashes on the freeway to report.
All right, thank you, Chris. We're keeping Chris and Rod Hill here, of course, to keep us updated on traffic and weather. But the reason we're still on the air this morning, not going to the Today Show, is because of the developing news there at Portland State. So we're going to take you back out live to the campus right now. We have three different crews who are covering the story for us that really started to develop at 6 o'clock this morning when the police that you see there first arrived on campus. I think it's always important just to go back to when this all started, when these protests at PSU started earlier this week. Student protesters were calling on the university to call for an immediate ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas. They've also asked the university to cut its ties with companies like Boeing. Boeing has reportedly supplied military aid and hardware to Israel. Those student protests continue this morning. Now, we know a lot of protesters already left the library about 28 hours ago at this point, and they left without any arrest. But police this morning being very clear, you at this point are arrested for trespassing, and we've seen at least 2 people led away from the library this morning in handcuffs, detained by police.
And our Devin Haskins is live for us this morning from the PSU campus. He's been reporting all morning long about these developments. He was there at 6 o'clock or so this morning when police rolled up on campus in front of the library there. Devin, I don't know if you can hear us right now, but what updates might you have for us this morning as we continue way past when we usually are on?
Yeah, we moved a little bit away from where we were standing before, away from that group of protesters, because every time it seems when the police get out on the loudspeaker on top of their vehicle to make a message, the group ramps up their efforts to drown out that with their own message. And so to kind of get away from that, to be able to be heard better, we moved a little bit farther. They're still over there. There's still a group over there that continue to chat and talk and yell at police, as well as give their own messages that relate to why they're out here. Now, across the way of the park there, not only is our group, but way over there, I know it's going to be a little harder to zoom in, but there's another group kind of that's gathered over there that police are paying attention to. The group that we're at, police are more or less 30, 40, 50 feet away. That one, they seem kind of a little closer to the line. We've seen them within the last 15 minutes also take that group and move it back just a little bit, kind of like what they did with us a couple hours ago when they moved us from one line back to the current line where we're at right now. Now, we've seen tweets from police that said that they are inside the building doing those slow, methodical searches, running into the barricades. We have the video that Portland Police has sent out on social media showing them going through, running into those barricades within. And that's kind of the accounts that we've heard from various outlets and various people there, and protesters as well, and some videos that we've seen and photos that there are barricades within those, chairs. And we've seen not only barricades inside, barricades outside. I mean, outside that, the wall that they have built up outside the library has grown immensely in even the last 24 hours since I was here yesterday morning into the noon hour. Soccer goals have been brought out to fortify their front line, I guess if you want to call it that. Plywood, pallets, 2x4s, everything like that, and old even lacrosse goals, I was told by an athletic administrator, that they're using to kind of build that frontline defense. Now, one thing we don't know is we don't know how police are moving around inside. We don't know how many people for sure are inside. I've heard rumblings of about 20 to 30 from one of the protesters here on the site, said that that's what they're estimating inside. We also don't know if any arrests have been made inside. Are they arresting them and then bringing them out, or are they arresting them, gathering them all at once, and then we'll bring them out as the morning, kind of comes to a conclusion, whenever and however long that takes. Here on the outside, I think I've said it all kind of morning long, outside of like the uprising of the yelling and the chanting, it has remained pretty calm and peaceful. Yes, there's the loud yelling and chanting, but there's not the interaction that you've seen in other protests, quite different from other protests. And again, as the loudspeaker on the police starts to talk, you hear the yelling, trying to drown out their message. They're trying to just more or less drown out that message and get their own message heard, whether it's screaming or whatever. I think right now they're not really saying anything. The police are saying stuff, the protesters are not, just trying to drown out that message. Quite different, I guess, back to my original point, quite different from what we've seen in other protests. Police are keeping their distance from everybody, doing what they have to do inside, and taking a different tactic to kind of how things are handled here with this outside perimeter of people outside the protests. And protesters are pretty much keeping beyond the tape and not pushing any boundaries that we've seen so far from our limited vantage point. Again, PSU also, I think another important thing to note, PSU canceling classes for the third day in a row here, making that announcement within the last couple of hours. Originally, as we've reported, they had said that they were going to open campus today, but then as police activity kind of came here and the police were coming here to evict those inside, they made that decision to close campus for good. And for good reason, because police have a wide perimeter around this entire campus that students would not be able to get into anyways had the campus remained open. For now, we're going to continue to kind of watch things as they unfold and keep an eye on things, and we'll get back to you throughout the morning. Back to you.
Okay, Devin Haskins reporting for us from the PSU campus. Devin, thank you so much, where classes have been canceled for a third day in a row. We've also got our Kyle Aboshi standing by. Kyle, you have very unique insight. You were inside the library earlier this week. You saw an arrest happen already this morning as you've been out there at the PSU campus outside the library. What can you tell us now?
So we're stationed on the west side of the back side of the library off 10th Avenue. It's near the practice athletic field. You can see, as Devin mentioned, the police tape keeping people back. They do have a very large perimeter. From this vantage point, we have seen police come and go from a back exit door of the library. At one point, we did see one person who was detained, zip ties behind their back, walking to a patrol car. We don't know if it was a student or a non-student. We don't know the age or name of that person just yet, or potentially what charges they may face. We've seen a lot of police presence here, but also police vehicles parked several blocks away, many of them unmarked. Difficult to give an assessment of how many officers are here, but one thing I can tell you is just kind of evaluating the equipment they're wearing, many of them helmets, goggles, zip ties, and less than lethal weapons as well. It has been interesting kind of observing this, and that it's happening in the early morning daylight hours in comparison to many other police activities around the country on college campuses where they're going in, removing students from buildings and encampments in the overnight hours. Here it is during the daylight hours. Compare that to previous protests and encampments we've seen even in Portland. So I'm thinking back to the Occupy protest back in 2011 when there was a large encampment in downtown Portland and police had to remove a lot of people along with materials and barricades and things. They did that in the overnight hours. So leading up to this, many of us had predicted, well, this will be an overnight mission to go in and remove these demonstrators. Instead, just the opposite. It's happened during the daylight hours. It'll be curious to hear from police why they did this. It could potentially be for their own safety and the safety of those inside. Although there are lights on in the library, it's been well lit. As you mentioned, on Tuesday, I was able to go into the library very briefly. A faculty member escorted me inside, and I was kind of able to evaluate from the lobby of the library what things look like. There was some damage, some graffiti on the walls, also some makeshift stations set up for food and supplies and things. I wasn't able to go up to the higher floors, although we were provided photos from an anonymous source that showed us some of the debris and also the barricades the demonstrators had set up in the library, and that is what police are encountering now as they move through. Again, we don't know how many people are inside the library. We don't know if they're students or non-students. Another big question we have is, if they are students, what type of disciplinary action, if any, there would be from the university, be it suspension or expulsion. We've seen that play out in other college campuses around the country, so we'll wait to hear from the university. Another question is when classes will resume. Obviously closed for the day today for good reason. There's so much police activity and disruption going on. At one point they will be able to resume classes here on campus.
And then
Kyle, thank you so much for your reporting this morning. Of course, you know, he had been talking a little bit about the barricades that he had seen up. We want to show you a little bit of video now that Portland police have tweeted out. This has been tweeted out, I think it's been, I don't know, about 20 minutes ago now, but Portland police there, you see them going into the library. They are saying via social media that officers are encountering numerous barricades. There you see one table turned over, another table kind of in the hallway there. They say that mostly they're seeing a lot of piled up furniture as they're making their way through the library methodically, slowly. They say they're trying to emphasize safety here, but yeah, the officers working through these barricades, similar to what we saw kind of on the outside with, you know, stuff piled up as well. So we'll continue to monitor what's going on inside this library as police continue to work their way through this library. And we are expecting that they're probably going to have more arrests, as our Kyle Aboshi has already seen one of them himself.
I mean, the fact is the officers don't know what they're walking into or what they're going to encounter behind some of those barriers. So we bring you that video. We also want to let you know, clearly, this is a different than usual day. We've been on the air for an extended 2 hours so far. The plan right now is to go off the air here on TV at 9 o'clock, so about 10 minutes from now. But we will continue our coverage on KGW Plus. So you can join us if you have the KGW Plus app on your TVs. You can join us there for continuing coverage in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll turn it back over to NBC Network News here at 9 a.m.
And also a heads up for people who are going to be driving or walking in the area of PSU. We haven't talked about this for a little bit, so we want to re-emphasize that Portland police, they do have a perimeter set up there. You can see in the pink zone from Southwest College Street all the way to Southwest Mill Street, and from Broadway up to Southwest 11th Avenue. That also includes the PSU football field. And police have said that anyone who's in this area, they basically want people to stay out of this area. They've also said there is a smaller area where if people are discovered to be in, they could be arrested. They say that if you're in between the South Park blocks or in between Southwest Harrison and Southwest College, then any individual in that specific area will be arrested. So if you're driving, if you're walking, just know that this is the area basically around PSU where police are working, and they want people to stay out of it. We're going to take a shot now of our Chad's shot. He's our photographer out there, Chad Dehart. He's paired up with Devin Haskins this morning. Devin, we're giving him a little bit of a break, but we wanted to just to show you, give you an update of what's happening outside of the main library there on the PSU campus. These officers, they've been there, gosh, for a few hours now almost. They rolled up on the PSU campus at about 6 o'clock this morning, posted up in front of the library, stringing up tape. We've seen protesters arrive outside of the library as well. I know social media has been a place where protesters have communicated their messaging. They've asked people to come out and support them, which is why we've also seen protesters congregating outside that library.
So this scene that Christine's showing you right here and talking about really started to develop around 6 o'clock. Our crew has been out there since about 4:30 this morning, but they saw officers first arrive around 6 a.m. We knew that the plan originally today at Portland State was to hold classes, but about an hour later, right around 7 a.m., the university made the announcement that classes would be canceled for a third day in a row, and you can see why. There's no way they can hold classes normally with the situation that continues to develop there on the campus. Lots of the perimeter there, lots of an area, a big area, I should say, of the campus is blocked off right now. So even if they wanted to hold classes, students would have an impossible time trying to get to the buildings where those classes are held. I know that we have continuing coverage here through the next few minutes before we break away and go to KGW Plus at 9 a.m.
Right. So for now, we still have our Kyle Aboshi on the scene there at Portland State University. Kyle, you've been talking about what you've seen there from the barricades outside and also to the arrest that you saw with your own eyes.
Right, and once again, we're on the backside of the west side of the library. Behind me, you can see police tape up and a large perimeter set up. You can also see some of the officers standing by. From this vantage point, we've seen police officers enter and exit a rear door of the library. At one point, bringing out one person in zip ties and detaining them. We don't know the age, the name of that person, or the charges they may be facing. Inside, we're led to believe, and police have provided video of officers going through the library itself, dealing with barricades, to try and find out where people are located, potentially detain them and potentially remove them as well, and also clear the library space itself. So we're not able to see what's occurring inside the library ourselves. I can tell you, though, based on just the behaviors of police, there is not a real sense of urgency here. It is slow going for police as they work their way through the library here on the Portland State campus. Meanwhile, campus is closed. Students are not able to move about. There are a number of people kind of watching what's going on, but generally speaking, it's a police are moving to clear the library and potentially make arrests.
Kyle Aboshi reporting for us from the PSU campus. Thank you, Kyle, for your insight. We also have our Devin Haskins, who's been there since 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning. Devin, you've been there to see this entire situation unfold. Anything else that you can tell us this morning?
Right now, so I mean, kind of bringing you up to speed as we've been sitting here just watching police hang out on the outside. Again, we've been telling you that we know that they're on the inside, but all morning long, we've been watching as at first when we got here, the protesters start to kind of more fortify their barricades around it. Then at 6 o'clock, as you said, that police started to show up, set up their perimeters. The police cars lined up. The police got out, and kind of more or less have been keeping a calm stance. You know, you're just kind of standing around, keeping an eye on the perimeter. There's protesters on both sides of the perimeter here on the south park blocks, both on the north side where I'm at near college, and on the south side where I'm at, near college, and on the north side near Harrison. Inside, still trying to figure out what's going on in there as police continue to make their way through the building and find out how many arrests have been made. For now, we're going to send it back to you guys.
All right, Devin, we appreciate all of your coverage. Devin has been out there, as Christine mentioned, since about 4:30 or 5 o'clock this morning. For right now, we're going to step aside from our live coverage here on KGW TV, but we will continue to provide you coverage of this scene on our website, kgw.com. We have 3 crews who have been out there all morning long, so our live camera will stay up there to capture the latest developments. We'll have more updates for you coming up here at noon as well.
And we just saw a little bit of a scuffle take place, people running off campus there, running away from the library, trying to make a getaway. We'll continue to cover what's going on here at the Portland State University campus.
That was the mass exodus.
Officers are taking lawful action. Interfering or resisting arrest may result in use of force and or criminal charges.
I would go to me. Can you guys flip that video that Chad just shot? Can you guys flip that video?
Have assembled here, potentially making, well, I won't say potentially, they are making things more challenging for police, because not only are they working to clear the building itself, and watch, they have created a very large perimeter around the library here on the Portland State campus and closed campus for the day. But you can hear some of the chants, some of the yelling towards police as they deal with the situation of crowd control while also clearing the library and individuals that may be inside.
And Kyle, I know you had mentioned seeing some people running. A few minutes ago, we saw Devin's shot. He's our other reporter on scene, and we saw a number of people running, maybe a dozen. That's an estimate. Were you able to kind of estimate how many people you saw running out of the library?
Again, we're at a bit of a disadvantage because we're several blocks away, but it's certainly, I would say, several dozen people we're kind of milling about. Having covered these type of situations before, they are dynamic, and oftentimes it could take one or two people kind of running or moving unexpectedly that generates a lot of excitement, and then people respond to that. So difficult to say what exactly initiated all this or sparked it, but obviously tensions are very high now, emotions are high. You can hear the chants in the distance, and police are having to deal with this situation very early in the day. At the same time, they're working through the library to potentially remove those who may be inside and also clearing some of the barricades.
Kyle, we can see the group of people behind you. Clearly, there's a dividing line there with the yellow tape. Police on one side, a group on the other. Can you talk about the way that perimeter is set up? The group of people that's on the other side of the yellow lines, are they on what's considered to be the allowable area of campus at this point, or are they on the wrong side of that tape?
No, they're in a space that people are allowed to be. The perimeter itself surrounds the library and some of the park blocks here on the campus. Beyond where you can see they are standing, it appears from here to be behind the police line. So they're in a place they're allowed to be. We have seen a few people kind of challenge that, and police very quickly say, move back, and they have complied, generally speaking. But we'll obviously monitor the situation. Tensions are high, and with that recent arrest that we just saw, someone being hauled away, oftentimes that can escalate and create even stronger reaction among the demonstrators. So now becomes the challenging situation of trying to settle the crowd as best they can, make sure there is no other issue here. But as I mentioned, you kind of have two situations going on at once. You've got a large crowd that's become quite volatile, and then the library itself, which has been the focus of demonstrations and basically an occupation over the past few days, as demonstrators set up an encampment inside the library itself and move furniture around, that type of thing. So they're dealing with two different situations adjacent to each other, but quite unique.
Yeah, Kyle, really helpful to get your insight in this reporting as you've covered other protests. Appreciate you telling us what's going on and what you're seeing out there on the PSU campus. We're going to move to Devin Haskins now. Devin, you know, Kyle, where he's at, he saw someone get arrested, their hands zip tied behind their backs. But before we got to Kyle, we saw your images, which it kind of floored us. We saw many people running from the library, making a go for it. Can you describe what you saw? I mean, it looked like a mass exodus.
Yeah, that was something that I think we weren't expecting to see, and then, you know, because it seemed relatively calm, and things have definitely escalated in just the last couple of minutes. So when we left you just a couple of minutes ago, like you said, right as soon as I said, okay, back to you, within a minute or 30 seconds of that, you saw probably 20 or 30 protesters run out of the front of the library, run across the South Park blocks, and run towards Broadway. Now, we were blocked up by police tape. We've since moved, so we don't know what happened to all those protesters that were running out, if they were stopped by police and arrested, or what happened there. But I do know that a large crowd has started to gather. As you can see us right now in front of us, they are standing up against police tape. Across from them are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, probably 20 state troopers standing in a line wearing their protective gear with their masks on. And I say state troopers because on the back side of them they have state police written on their uniforms as they were walking into the park. Immediately right after those protesters ran out of the library, these troopers then walked in and formed this line here outside of the Missy Hall here, which is directly across from the library right now. And so far they've just been standing and holding the line. There's been a lot of shouting and chanting from the protesters coming from there. I would estimate that the crowd has probably grown to 50 to 100 people. Right now it's hard to tell how far deep it goes, kind of in the alleyway in between these two buildings, in between this hall building and in between what I think is the Student Union building just to the north of that building. But yeah, right now things have kind of escalated from going inside when police are still inside, going through room to room, but also now chasing out those protesters. And now a lot of those protesters that were here on both sides of the park blocks have gathered in one central location to, have a standoff, so to speak, with state police right now that are there. And then behind them you have Portland police and other law enforcement agencies throughout the park right now as this whole thing is continuing to unfold.
We're going to keep these live images up, Devin, just to give you a break here for a moment and recap our viewers on what's been happening this morning. Portland police showing up on campus there at PSU right around 6 a.m. And for the most part, the scene was relatively quiet. Officers telling protesters that were still inside the library that they had to come out. There was no more negotiating. It was, you're being arrested. It's time to come out of the library. Protesters started to shout back, first using some bullhorns. We saw the crowd gathering. And then eventually, right around 8:55, so 5 minutes before 9 o'clock, there was this somewhat of a mass exodus. We're going to say at least a dozen, it could have been more than 20 people, seemed to be pouring out of that library all at once, maybe trying to escape from the police. We saw lots of officers already by way of the Portland Police Twitter account inside the library, making their way through, trying to clear the damage that's in there right now and work through some of the barricades. This is the local version of a national story that we've been covering for several weeks now. We had a report earlier this morning from Los Angeles talking about the arrests at UCLA. And now we're seeing arrests this morning. Kyle Aboshi, also on the scene, talked about seeing one arrest in front of him. Portland police has tweeted out there's been at least 2 arrests made already this morning. President Biden was even on a few minutes ago. It was probably about an hour ago now. President Biden addressing the country from Washington, D.C., saying that his administration, while it does condone free speech and is certainly in favor of people exercising their free speech, that does not condone the violent behavior that we've seen across the country on some of these college campuses. And more specifically, the president saying they don't condone people not allowing students to attend their classes. And that's what we're seeing again today here at Portland State for the 3rd day in a row.
Right. So President Biden saying that these protests that are happening across the country on college campuses are actually not influencing his policy making. An interesting note to add there. You know, we are looking at images from outside of the library where we see police lined up, some protesters as well. But we want to take you inside. We have seen images from inside from Portland police, but we want to show you the images we've received before from an anonymous person who gave us a look at the damage inside the library. I mean, it's quite extensive. You can see in the pictures that are coming momentarily, the type of damage that we've seen. And actually, this is the moment right before 9 o'clock where people were running out of the library, and it looks like police chasing some folks down. This is actually an image that we saw from Kyle's camera, our Kyle Aboshi, on the PSU campus reporting for us, where a person was put down on the ground, their hands zip tied behind their back as a mass exodus happened just before 9 o'clock this morning, being hauled away there by police.
Even before arrests were made that we saw this morning, Portland police very clear in their messaging. They had the sound truck out there on campus starting at 6 o'clock this morning, letting the people know that were left inside that library that they were now under arrest, saying they were under arrest for second-degree trespassing. Anyone resisting arrest was told that they could have force used against them and be subject to additional criminal charges. So that was the messaging for 3 hours leading up to that moment we just showed you as protesters were running out of the library. And Portland police kind of crowding the situation there.
Right, and that's 3 hours, right? But remember that the Portland State University president, police this week leading up to this point, telling people if they remained inside that it's possible they would be arrested and they were committing trespass. Now, we want to take you inside the library where anonymous photos have been sent to us, an anonymous source rather, that really show the extent of the damage here. Shattered glass, damaged equipment, piled up furniture, a lot of graffiti as well. I mean, it's kind of an absolute mess in there. At this point, it's unclear who or what group is responsible for the bulk of this damage. I mean, more than 24 hours ago at this point, 50 students left the library peacefully on their own. But right now, you know, we saw that mass exodus. It's unclear what group of people decided to leave the library just before 9 o'clock this morning, running out. You see there, Chad Dehart's images, our photographer, another person.
2 people being led away at least.
You heard Devin Haskins there saying 2 people, 3 people being led away.
3. I see 3 people led away.
Devin, let's get to you right now. Can you hear us right now?
Yeah,
Can you give us a sense of what's going on?
So just like a minute ago, we started to see the crowd start to focus its energy, go from the state police to people, more go positive, and all of a sudden you look over and you see 3 people being led out by police officers out from the front of the library, taken around the back, probably more towards Kyle's location across from the football field there. And so 3 people led away. Probably about 5-10 minutes before that, you saw a mass group of protesters running from the outside, or the inside of the library, outside, sprint across the park blocks, and then disappear into the streets. And then started a gathering of a big group of people, start to face off more or less with a group of state police troopers standing in a line, keeping a distance across from the police tape that was set up here right now. There's a lot of yelling, lot of talking back and forth, or talking from the protesters at the police. The police just maintaining their line right now, as you can see, continuing to tie that police tape up. Protesters continue to rip it down throughout the morning, as we've seen multiple times. But yeah, that's the first time that we've seen police escort anyone under arrest outside of the building, from inside, to the outside of the building. And that was quite a sight to see the mass exit of people running out of the building across the park. For now, we're going to send it back to you guys as this situation continues to unfold. We'll keep you updated.
Hey, Devin, we're going to keep your live pictures up here. I may have a question for you in just a second, but we also want to give you an alert, and this may be news to you as well, because Portland State University just tweeted this out a few minutes ago. There's a shelter in place that is now in order for Montgomery and Blackstone halls on the campus. The university says updates will be sent via PSU alert when and if available, but that's the latest news from the university this morning. A shelter in place has been ordered for both Montgomery and Blackstone halls. So the campus impacted greatly this morning. In addition to campus or classes that is being canceled again for a 3rd straight day, there is now a shelter in place for those 2 halls we just mentioned, Montgomery and Blackstone halls. And Devin, if you're listening still, I am curious, because really the moment that we're all talking about now happened just before 9 o'clock. So maybe 20 minutes ago at this point, when we did see, as you described, a mass exodus coming out of that library. We assume it's protesters that have been there for days. And I don't know, from your vantage point, if you were able to tell if any of them were actually successful in running completely away from the police or not, or if it was too difficult for you to tell from where you stood.
From where I stood, it was hard because they disappeared behind some buildings, in between 2 buildings, down a walkway towards Broadway here in downtown Portland. So I was unable to see kind of what they ran into, where they got to. I know that they were ditching the umbrellas, the helmets, over there. When we walked by that, there was I was trying to listen to what police were telling protesters, but I missed it. But so when they got across the park blocks and between those 2 buildings, it was hard to see kind of where they went and who they ran into, and if any or how many were placed under arrest. Right now, I'm kind of also looking at police. This is the first time we're seeing police on the front side of the building. They look to be documenting with some GoPro video the damage to the front, but also kind of clearing away the first parts that they can with the barricades that were built up over the last couple of days since this occupation took place.
Devin, we can listen into the protest chants right now for a minute.
They're shouting, "Let them go."
Let them go! Let them go!
Devin, I know that you had said that you couldn't
Here comes another person being brought out from the library right now in handcuffs. You can see them, Chad, if you can zoom in right there, you see them right there. I can't tell how many more are being brought out with this person, but I can see at least 3 officers there as they continue to place this person under arrest right now.
Okay, and I remember, Devin.
So this is, we at least saw, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. Describe what you're seeing.
No, I was going to say this is the 4th person that we've seen so far brought out through the front side of the library. We again know that police have said they arrested 2 others, so that would bring our total to about 6 at least. Have no idea how many more will be coming out as they continue to make their sweeps. But right now, again, you're looking at 1 person, at least right now, that the police are continue to search and place in handcuffs and bring out from the library.
And earlier you said that from your vantage point, when that mass exodus, as you described it, happened just before 9 o'clock this morning. I know you said that you couldn't see exactly where the protesters went, what happened with them, but what did you see police do? Did they immediately give chase? Did they immediately set up that line? What were they doing when all those people came pouring out of the library?
Well, you had police that were within the park, that were within this inner perimeter of this park, but you also have the wider outer perimeter of where police are at as well. So I can imagine that when they ran out, that they ran out into police that were out there as well, because right away, as soon as they ran out, those state police that are here standing in front of me started to walk out. So I can only assume that they ran into police, and I had somebody just tell me right now that some of those that ran out are standing on here, this side of the fence, which that doesn't surprise me when you have that many people running out, that some may have slipped away. So again, as you're walking, one person being escorted out by police right now. Again, just a number of the handful of people that we've seen arrested so far this morning.
If you're just tuning in this morning, we've been on the air for the most part since 4:30 this morning, covering the protests and now the arrests at Portland State University. There's another person being led off by police officers. The scene really picked up here just about 20 minutes ago.
We got two people there.
Go ahead, Devin.
No, I was going to just add to it. I see a second person now in that group of police officers that's being led away.
So we knew that at this point, arrests were coming this morning. It was just really a matter of when. Police were on the scene there at Portland State at 6 o'clock this morning, being very clear in the messaging that anyone who was still remaining in that library was under arrest for trespassing. And after about 2 to 2.5 hours of back and forth, the messaging from police through their sound trucks, and then some of the protesters shouting back with bullhorns. We did see arrests being made outside the library. We saw a group of people running from the library about 20 minutes ago, and some of those people grabbed by police. Some people actually made it onto the outside of the perimeter.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us now, obviously that Portland State University campus really active at this point with lots of protesters out there. You hear them cheering, you hear them chanting, a lot of police presence, excuse me, as well. And if you're going to be in the downtown area, maybe around PSU at all, we want to remind you that there is a perimeter that police have put up. You can see the police tape, or you saw it there a second ago. Now we have a map up. That orange line is where police have set up a perimeter, where they say they don't want people coming in. You can see it from Southwest College Street to Southwest Mill, and from Broadway all the way up to Southwest 11th Avenue. That includes the football field at PSU. So while that is the larger area where police do not want people to enter, there's also kind of a smaller area where police say, between Southwest Harrison and Southwest College, that's closed, and they say any individual entering that perimeter will be arrested. But of course, we've seen protesters as well that are kind of on the other side of a police line. It's unclear whether they'll have any, circumstances that they're going to have to deal with legally, with police.
All right, Christine, we actually have on the line with us right now Portland Police Chief Bob Day joining us by way of Zoom. So, Chief Day, we have a few questions for you, of course, this morning. A very active situation at Portland State. We'll continue to show our viewers the live pictures there from the university. But the first question I have for you this morning has to do with the timing. The timing of when to make that move this morning. You didn't do it in the overnight hours. You waited until daylight. Right around 6 o'clock, I think, is the first time we saw officers there on campus. Can you talk about the decision as far as timing goes this morning?
Yes, good morning. So thanks for the opportunity. As mentioned, over the last several days, we've been working with Portland State University, working with their security and police department. This event really became more of a criminal type event Monday evening. The library breached. And because of that, we want to make sure that in all situations that we are maximizing life safety as number one priority. So we've created plenty of opportunities, allowed PSU, lots of messaging, lots of negotiating, lots of outreach to try and get people to peacefully leave the library prior to any arrest being made. In regards to the timing of today, our incident commanders are always evaluating all the conditions, all the circumstances going on, and try to pick the time that's most
Hey, Chief Day, we're having a difficult time hearing you right now through this Zoom call. So we're going to try to clean up that audio, whether it's on your end or ours. And actually, I'm being told now that we can hear you loud and clearly. So I apologize for going backwards a little bit here. Right. But could you just repeat what you were saying about the timing here this morning, the decision to not do this during the overnight hours, but actually do it once day broke, right around 6 a.m.?
Right. Right. And just confirm you can hear me okay now?
We can hear you.
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, that this was, a criminal event, no longer a public order event. And we needed to make sure that we had all the resources in place to be able to appropriately respond and keep everyone safe, including police and protesters, members of the Portland State, etc.
And Chief Day, I'm just curious, on our end, right before 9 o'clock this morning, we saw what appeared to be a bit of a mass exodus of people running out of that library. From our vantage point, from our reporters who were on campus, they couldn't see what happened to those protesters. Can you clarify for us what may have happened to those protesters who made a run for it?
Yeah, so we've been methodically clearing the building, going floor by floor. And obviously, we created enough pressure in that process that several decided to run out of the building. Some of them were taken into custody. Some of them were able to flee. That doesn't change our resolve in terms of investigations and supporting Portland State University and presenting cases to the district attorney's office for follow-up at a later date. We were clear that anyone inside the building and violating the perimeter we've set up could and will be arrested for trespass. So those charges are still available. But in terms of safety for everyone involved, obviously we weren't able to arrest all the people who ran out, but there were some custodies.
Chief Day, clearly you're working closely with Portland State on this sort of event. Can you talk to me about that relationship? Who's making the call here? Do they ask you to come in to begin with? At that point, is it you're allowed to use any means possible, so to speak? I'm just curious, who's making the call on how to address the situation when it's happening inside a university library?
Yeah, correct. So PSU has legal authority over the property, right? This is their property. So it did require a request of assistance, which we did receive from President Cud. I've been in communication with her all week and have appreciated her cooperation. And we've been working with their leadership regularly, trying to make sure that we're all in alignment with our goals and unified in our efforts. And so all of these actions that are being taken in conjunction with them. And simply stated, they don't have the resources and the ability to manage this. That's why they needed our assistance. But we're working side by side and unified in our messaging and in our attempt to resolve this as peacefully as possible.
And I'm curious, Chief Day, you talked about criminal trespass here. That is a charge that some of these folks who have hunkered down inside the library could be facing. What kind of fines or jail time might that mean?
Well, the district attorney is really in charge of determining those things. So I would defer to his office, but I will tell you that the district attorney's office is on the ground with us. We've been speaking, I've been speaking with Mike Schmidt daily, and I'm confident that those cases will be presented to him. And if the evidence demonstrates it, that will be prosecution and follow through, which I'm encouraged by.
And I know we've been keeping tabs on your social media, on PPB's social media, and we've seen a video of the officers going through methodically, as you said, slowly making their way through the floors. I'm curious, what tools have officers had to deploy? Because I know there were rumors that there was tear gas used. Of course, on social media, Portland police dispelled those rumors. But what did you have to deploy in terms of the tools?
Yeah, so we have a variety of tools that allow us to gain entry into areas that are fortified. Some of them are pretty common, a chainsaw or a still saw, something that can cut through a barrier. I'm not aware of exactly what is used today, but I do know that, we have a variety of resources available to us, and they were needed because several of the areas we encountered had been fortified. Fortunately, we were able to do that once again in a safe way. Didn't allow for anybody on the other side of the wall to be injured, and also for our officers to be able to proceed cautiously. So it worked out well to this point. We're clearly not done yet, but at this stage we seem to be in a good place.
Chief Day, in the last 20 minutes or so, in addition to some of the arrests that we've seen with our own TV cameras, we also reported that Portland State ordered a shelter in place for Montgomery and Blackstone Hall. So I'll repeat that information again. A shelter in place is in order right now for both Montgomery and Blackstone Halls. That sort of announcement, is that something that you suggest be done? Is that something that the university decides on its own? How does a shelter in place order like that come to be?
Well, we're in constant communication today. They have representatives from their security team in our command post. So those decisions are being made in the moment with the review of the incident commander. But I would encourage anyone paying attention and watching that, we don't need more folks downtown around Portland State at this time. I think this is going to be resolved here in a reasonable period of time where we're going to be able to turn the university back over to Portland State and resume normal campus behaviors, and I'm really looking forward to that. But for right now, we just need the space to be able to work to make sure that everyone stays safe.
And one more question before we let you go, Chief. You had just mentioned the protesters on campus. Earlier, we know that you guys have set up a perimeter there. And earlier you guys tweeted out that there was between Southwest Harrison and Southwest College being closed, and any individual entering that perimeter would be arrested. Would that apply to some of these protesters who are currently on campus?
Yeah, if people violate the perimeter and violate the direction given on the ground there, then they could be subject to arrest, yes.
All right, Chief Bob Day with Portland Police joining us live here this morning. We appreciate your time. We know you're very busy today, of course. We appreciate that you joined us here live on TV this morning. We are going to send it back out to our live crews in the field, at least the live pictures that we've been bringing our viewers all morning long. The latest from Portland State, in just the last 30 minutes, the activity there has really picked up. After literally hours of police telling people inside the library there, the main library on campus, that they were under arrest for trespassing, and there was no more, maybe if you come out you can get away. No, it's time to come out and you're under arrest. We finally saw some of those arrests happening right at the top of this hour. We also saw that mass exodus of people trying to run away from the police. Some of them, of course, did get away in that melee, but police making several arrests right there in front of us this morning in front of our live TV cameras.
And of course, we've been on for a long time, since 4:30 this morning, providing continuing coverage. We will continue providing coverage throughout the day. Tune in to us at noon. We have got all the latest information and reporting on our KGW website and app as well. So we've got noon, 4, 5, 6. Stay with us for all the latest. For now, we hope you have a good rest of your day. Bob Day said that some of those protesters did get away. You can see right there, some of the running protesters making a run for it, trying to get out of the area. Police also making arrests. You see it right there. Our Kyle Aboshi was also on scene reporting for us this morning, and he talked about what he saw: a person zip-tied, their hands zip-tied behind their backs, and led off campus.
It was basically like watching a jailbreak of sorts. Those who remain inside the library, who were already told they're under arrest for trespassing, all at once it seemed at that moment to leave and run away from the library, scattering across campus, some making it away, others not. As we continue to bring these live pictures this morning from Portland State University. Chief Day also talked to us, Christine, about the fact that the university has been working closely with police on all this. I mean, to put it quite simply, the university doesn't have the capacity to handle a situation like what's happening inside the library on their own, so they definitely needed the support of Portland police, and they worked closely on determining when action would be taken. Obviously, that action taken this morning, starting right around at first 6 o'clock with the arrival of officers, and then more close to 9 o'clock with the arrests of several people outside the library.
Yeah, so speaking of those arrests, Kyle Aboshi still live for us on the Portland State University campus right now. He saw one of those arrests taking place. Kyle, it's been a little bit since we've checked in with you. Can you give us an update?
Yeah, so we've seen a number of arrests. We've moved a bit. We're on Southwest 10th near Montgomery, and there you can see a number of people lined up with police as they're being processed. Difficult to give you an exact number. I would say about a half dozen or so have been arrested, likely from those demonstrating outside the library. But again, we don't know exactly where they were at the time of arrest or what their infraction might be. But you can see them being processed. Many police officers here as they're being processed and then put into a police van. You can also see them extending the police line. This really is a dynamic situation in that the demonstrators started kind of in the park blocks area and have since kind of now worked their way around the entire perimeter. This is closer to what I would describe as the north side of the perimeter on Southwest Montgomery. You can hear the chants behind me. It is a volatile crowd. Obviously, they're engaging with police and shouting at them at times, and we've also seen them tearing down the police lines, which police have only had to put back up. But it's a challenging situation in that they, are dealing with a large crowd that is quite rowdy and loud, but they're also clearing the library itself, which they started to do early this morning. Portland police put out a tweet a short time ago saying they essentially had cleared the upper floors of the library and the roof and are now slowly working their way through the library. But the challenging situation is what's happening on the streets. And we heard from Portland Police Chief Bob Day talking about the decision to go in the morning hours, daylight hours, because of resources, and it was a strategic decision. I've got to wonder if they're second-guessing that decision. In college campuses around the country, we've seen police go in and forcibly remove demonstrators in the overnight hours. In many ways, that is a surprise move to get them out of there so that you don't have the situation with other outsiders coming to the scene, creating a challenging environment. And that's exactly what we have here. Because it happened in the daylight hours, news was broadcast, information was shared on media, and those who had an interest quickly descended on the Portland State campus, and now this is what police are dealing with. They're dealing with demonstrators on the outside while they're also trying to clear the library on the inside. The resources are spread throughout campus at various different locations, and it definitely appears to be challenging for police. I'll send it back to you folks.
Okay, Kyle reporting for us. Kyle Aboshi on the Portland State University campus, one of a couple crews still on campus for us. And you talked a little bit about protesters, Kyle. Chief Bob Day, who we had via Zoom interview not too long ago, talked about protesters being in the perimeter that police have set up, that they could be arrested for being inside that perimeter. Speaking of police, though, we have been monitoring their social media, and it looks like police are making a move somewhere. It's unclear what's going on. I think we'll free up reporter Kyle Aboshi to kind of get a better vantage point here. We want to go to a Twitter post from Portland Police. This is the latest Twitter post from them. It says a couple more photographs from inside the library. You can see on the left-hand side there some papers strewn about, some graffiti on the wall there. As part of this Twitter post from Portland Police, they say officers have done an initial clear of the roof and multiple floors and are working slowly and carefully through the building. This is also echoing what Chief Bob Day told us as well. In this tweet, Portland Police saying there is still a lot of work to do.
Okay, this is another live look right now. This is another photographer that's working the scene for us this morning, and this is what we saw kind of from that distance shot a moment ago. Now from a better vantage point as police take over another area of the campus here this morning. Not quite sure where they're at on campus. We have a photographer there right now. We do not have a reporter with them to talk more about this situation, but police have definitely extended their presence on campus here this morning, and they're trying to contain that line. They've set up a perimeter where Christine just talked about a moment ago. They have made it very clear, saying these two things: interfering with lawful arrests will subject people to potential use of force and arrest. They're asking people to please, very clearly, stay behind the police lines. Do not interfere, so they can safely resolve this in what they hope is a timely matter. But it's taken a lot of time so far this morning, with activity beginning right around 6 a.m.
Yeah, and here's the deal. The protesters who have been arrested so far, Chief Day said they'd be charged with criminal trespass. The DA's office will be following up on those charges. And at this point, gosh, there have been a number of people who have already been arrested. We saw a video a little bit earlier of people getting their hands zip-tied behind their back. Before this is done, before the day is over, I'm sure we'll see more arrests happen as police continue to deal with protesters who are now on campus. Not even the ones who were inside the library, other protesters and other people who have come on campus either to support.
Do you want to come back to Kyle? I'm ready.
The protesters, and you just heard Kyle there, that we could go back to you. Kyle, we heard what you said. Can you give us a sense of what you're seeing from this new vantage point?
Yeah, so we're at Southwest 10th and Montgomery, and this is where police had been processing those who were detained. Police moved and created a line here on the street, which you can see officers standing by. They're also kind of moving the vehicle around with those who were detained inside. So it almost appears to me that they're trying to get those who are arrested out of here. The challenge is they've got to deal with a large crowd. So as I can see kind of the vehicle maneuver down the street, it looks like they're trying to take those who were detained out of here. And you can see the standoff at this point. Interesting to note, state trooper logos on the back of their jackets. So OSP out here assisting Portland police as well, and demonstrators chanting. We'll see if this vehicle is able to move through here with those who are arrested and get them out of here. It has also been an interesting situation in that we've seen the demonstrators kind of moving around the perimeter of campus here, and at some point taking down police lines, which I have not seen before, making it even more challenging for police if they have to resurrect these police lines to keep people back. But we'll see if indeed that vehicle's moved. They had turned it around. The question is this truly just an effort to get those who are detained out of here, or do they just want to contain the perimeter and keep them back? That is not quite clear to us, so we'll monitor the situation.
Hey, Kyle, I have a question for you if you can hear me still back here in the studio. I don't know how long ago now it is that you showed up on campus. We know when Devin Haskins first arrived, the scene was pretty quiet. Police rolled up and there was really no activity on campus whatsoever. We knew there were protesters still inside the library, but the campus itself was very quiet. Clearly that crowd has grown. Is it a crowd that's grown even since you've been standing outside here this morning?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say the crowd has grown as word started to spread about police going in and removing those from the library. A larger crowd started to show up, and obviously a vocal crowd as well. I mean, what's interesting too is kind of the dynamic of who is here. You know, we don't know if these are students or non-students, but there are a lot of young people, and I would not be surprised if many of these are Portland State students. It's been one of the curiosities in covering this demonstration from early on. I was out here on Tuesday and had a chance to go into the library, and one of the questions that I had, are you Portland State students or non-students that are occupying the library? And a couple of the people we spoke with said, no, we're not students here. We just came because we felt it was an important cause and we wanted to join in the demonstration. Devin interviewed someone who didn't give their name but claimed to be a student who was inside. So it is kind of a mix, and evaluating that can be challenging because nobody gives us obviously their name or identification. I can't tell you, yes, it's a tense situation in that police are standing face to face with the demonstrators, but these things kind of come and go. And having covered these protests before, there are times when emotions are especially high, or something happens to kind of agitate the crowd and they respond, and there's some physical activity and sometimes an arrest, as we've already seen this morning. Other times there's just kind of this chanting and staring back and forth that can be prolonged and continue on for quite some time. I'll be curious how long this plays out today. Obviously it's early in the day, it's a nice day, and with so much police presence, that's part of what's helping to fuel this is these demonstrators feel like they have someone to chant at and speak to and feel like they're being held back. There is some movement with the police vehicles. So let me see if we can get a better look. Yeah, as we kind of pan to the right here, you can see some of these police vehicles kind of moving almost in a form of a line here to our right down the street as if they're going to leave. So down the street here, you can look at the police vehicles, including those who've been arrested, kind of pointing their vehicles in a south direction. So it's not clear to us whether they're going to leave or if this is just something where they're putting them in position. So if they need to leave in short notice, they can.
Yeah, Kyle.
And also, as I noted earlier, it's interesting to see Oregon State Police out here as well and their assistance. So some mutual aid being provided by OSP in addition to Portland Police. Situations like this obviously require vast resources, and so they've brought in some extra law enforcement to assist.
Right, definitely multiple law enforcement agencies there. We're going to keep your shot up for a second here, Kyle, as I address a point that you kind of brought up, not knowing of those protesters, which are students, which are not, because, earlier this week we did speak with a sociologist, a former PSU professor, who says sometimes in these types of situations, sure, it may start off as a student protest, but oftentimes what can happen would be other groups bandwagon on. They decide to come and support the protest and either amplify the message or change the directive of the message as well. So I guess time will tell as to which groups are responsible for the protest, if they're all students or what portion of them are not students. Kyle reporting there. Kyle Aboshi, thank you for that report from Portland State University for us. We'll continue to check in with Kyle here in a bit, but I know we also have video from a little bit earlier from when things got a little bit hairy, when arrests were happening and people were making a run for it. We're taking some video now of the arrests that we got earlier on camera. You can see at least maybe one. I might have seen a couple people there getting arrested by police, getting led off campus, their hands zip tied behind their backs. These are just two of the multiple arrests that we've reported this morning. And just a little before 9 a.m. actually is when we saw what appeared to be a mass exodus of what appeared to be protesters from the library making a run for it through the South Park blocks, trying to get away. Chief Bob Day told us that some of those protesters were arrested and some of them did get away.
Yeah, we have video of both of those things happening here this morning. The message was quite clear leading up to those arrests we've been showing you here. Portland police on campus starting around 6 a.m. using their sound truck there on campus, letting the people that were still inside the library know that they were under arrest. They said anyone who was still inside Miller Library, they were under arrest for second-degree trespass. They also said anyone resisting arrest could have force used against them and be subject to additional criminal charges. So that was the messaging early this morning in the 6 and 7 o'clock hours. Getting closer to the 9 o'clock hour is when we saw the first of the arrests happening. There was that, as we've been describing, this mass exodus, whether it was 20 or more than 20 people all sort of running out of that library at the same time. Really the most dramatic video of the morning. And from that exodus, we saw several arrests made.
And if you're just tuning in, a reminder that Portland police, very active, obviously, on the scene here at PSU. Same with protesters. Police have set up a perimeter, and this has been in effect for quite a while now. But just so you know, if you're going to be in the area of PSU, whether you're driving, whether you're walking, definitely keep this in mind. You can see the pink. You just saw the perimeter there, but now we're going out to some live pictures.
Yeah, so it looks like the crowd is starting to block that police transport vehicle from leaving the campus. Arrests have been made, and I'm sure that the police are trying to get some of those people who were arrested off the campus. But the protest line looks to be blocking some of that police traffic right now. I think this is the shot that Kyle Aboshi and his crew are bringing us here this morning. So we may check back in here with Kyle in just a minute to get the latest on that police line. And now we're seeing some more movement. Devin Haskins is also live on campus for us this morning. Devin, what do you have for us there, Devin?
Yeah, so right now we're on Broadway in Harrison right now. You see this line where people are chained with their arms linked together, blocking these, what I believe are transport vans, trying to exit the campus right now, chanting and making noise with police. Police right now, more or less in a holding pattern, just stuck waiting to see what happens. But there is probably the group that was near Kyle running quickly over here and quickly blocking the transport vans from getting out of the campus right now and linking arms and making chants. Excuse me. This is definitely unfolding in a new layer as each thing happens. You get the people running out of the library, then you get them being transported and put in the back of the van. Now you get them being taken off the campus, and now protesters making their move to block police from doing that, from taking them from here to the Central Precinct for booking. Right now, again, we're Harrison and Broadway, just on the other side of the park blocks from where the library is. And you can see the crowd continuing to grow as they are blocking the transport vans from getting out.
And Devin, I don't know if you can hear me. I know it's really loud there. To confirm, in that van that's trying to get out, there are people who were arrested?
That is our assumption because there's a couple of them here. I see one that has, they're chanting, "Let him go." I see one of the vans has more of kind of like a cage in the back, kind of that cage metal blocking the drivers from the back. And sorry, I'm just paying attention. Also police activity too behind me to make sure that nothing's not going to get blocked up. But this is definitely happening.
Devin, we can give you a minute here to regroup if you need that for sure. Sometimes when we get to this point of an event like this, you kind of lose sight of how this all began, correct? And so at the beginning of this week, on Monday, protesters gathering inside and taking over the main library there on the PSU campus. Protesters saying they wanted PSU to call for an immediate ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas. They also said they wanted PSU to cut its ties with companies like Boeing. Boeing reportedly supplying military hardware and aid to Israel. So there was definitely specific calls to action being made by the protesters towards the university. The university did respond 3 days ago saying that it was pausing as they described it, its relationship with Boeing, not taking in any more money. Boeing has been a Portland State University supporter with things like scholarships and other means of support. The protests eventually culminated to this morning's event, and as Police Chief Bob Day told us earlier this morning, things moved towards a criminal event, and arrests have been made since police have shown up there on campus.
Yeah, so again, Portland State University closed for a third day on campus. This is after it was closed yesterday and the day before because of the demonstration.
We got police now pushing protesters
Let's
out
get
of
to
the
Devin.
street right now.
Go ahead, Devin.
We got police now pushing protesters into the street right now. This is the first bit of aggression that we've seen from both sides that are now coming face to face. You see the police taking action right now, trying to get these transport vans and this long line of vehicles out of the way out of the Portland State University campus right now. A lot of effort and a lot of police, a lot of pushback being pushed right now, being pushed towards us. Unsure if anything is being done other than just kind of pushing them back. if there's any sort of, I haven't seen anything or smelt anything, so I just saw some pepper spray. One of our security guards just told us. You see in the first part, we're being moved back, but we're seeing some of the first transport vans being a police car coming at us. Seeing some of the transport vans making their way out. Again, as the line of protesters continues to spill out on the street. Right now, we are on Broadway and Harrison, where this whole altercation and confrontation is taking place as it continues to move south on Broadway, south of Harrison right now.
And Devin, it
The
appears
lady right
behind
here
you.
in this group right now getting some water put on her eyes. Yeah, getting water put on her eyes as they must have used some sort of a chemical agent like pepper spray or something like that on protesters to get them to disperse.
Devin, you have
a large show of police here.
Devin, you have a lot of experience covering protests in this city in the past, and you've seen things develop this morning from a very quiet start before 6 a.m. to what's developing now in front of you. Can you give this any kind of comparison or compare this to other protests that we've seen in the past here in the city?
This is a lot of what we've seen. You see people getting the water getting put on their faces as they're trying to get rid of whatever pepper spray or something like that was put in there or sprayed at protesters here. That line of protesters. Now, to answer your question, sorry, I'm just kind of seeing what I'm seeing, but to answer your question, this is a lot of what I've seen in previous protests where there is the altercation between protesters and police. What seems to be giving them a little bit of a grace period then escalates, and this seems to be that escalation. And right now, seeing a lot of pushing and shoving between both police and protesters as we've moved south of Broadway and Harrison, now towards Broadway and Hall, as the line of vans continues to move, being guarded by the police and troopers there, giving them some support.
A lot of our viewers, Devin, are not going to be as familiar with the campus as you are. So just give us an indication, are you still technically on campus grounds? How close are we to spilling out onto something that would be considered off campus into downtown Portland?
We're what I would consider probably still on campus, because on my left is a campus parking garage. Up ahead of me is a campus building. To the right of me is Shattuck Hall, a campus building. So to me, not knowing the complete outline of the campus, I would consider this as saying that we're still near campus buildings. And we are just passing Hall right now as the line of cars continues to make it just even farther south of that to College, again on Broadway. Here, the street is completely covered with both police and protesters taking over the street, trying to block these transport vans from making their way away from the library and PSU.
Devin, a question. I know you had talked about the vans that are making their way off campus. How many vans are we talking about here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now that 7 includes both police vehicles and transport vans. If you go with vans themselves, I would count 3.
Okay, Devin Haskins, thank you so much for your report. Obviously, a big response out there on the Portland State University campus from protesters who are walking down the street there to police who are responding. There you see some sort of gas being
I can't tell what
there.
that is, if it's like a smoke bomb or what that is.
Can you smell anything, Devin?
I can't smell anything right now. Then again, when the pepper spray was sprayed, I couldn't smell anything either at that time. So.
And can you tell who's activating that chemical?
I can't.
Okay.
No, I can't. It was done behind the line of vans.
A lot going on there. Obviously, this is Devin Haskins and his crew reporting live for us on campus at Portland State, if you're just tuning in here this morning.
And earlier we did have a chance to talk via Zoom with Portland Police Chief Bob Day. He kind of gave us a rundown, the timeline of how everything was taking place, and also just the resources that they needed to have in place to try to deal with a situation like this. Take a listen.
As I mentioned earlier, that this was a criminal event, no longer a public order event, and we needed to make sure that we had all the resources in place to be able to appropriately respond and keep everyone safe, including police and protesters, members of the Portland State, etc.
All right, that's Portland Police Chief Bob Day, who was on with us about 35 minutes ago. Since that conversation, things have really developed there on the campus at Portland State University. We're seeing this sign hanging off a nearby building that actually thanks the officers. Portland Police, we can show it or share a tweet with you that came out also within about the last 30 to 35 minutes. A tweet that was sent out by Portland Police, and there are the words there on your screen, making it quite clear: interfering with lawful arrests will subject you to potential use of force and arrests and criminal charges. Police telling people to please stay behind the police lines and do not interfere so we can safely resolve the situation at Portland State University.
So again, Portland Police Chief Bob Day saying that these folks who they've arrested will be facing charges of criminal trespass. We were able to talk to him earlier this morning. President Biden also went on the air to talk nationally about these types of protests happening across the United States on college campuses. He talked about these kinds of protests not being peaceful because of the intimidation, because of the violence. He said, students do have a right to protest, and they condone that right to protest, but not a right to cause chaos. He also said that these protests actually are not influencing his policy decisions when it comes to the war in Gaza, the Israel-Hamas war.
It's hard to believe, but Portland State was planning for a usual day here on campus today. Last night they said they were going to resume classes after 2 days of cancellations. Even this morning in our 5 o'clock hour, we checked in with the university and we're told, yes, we are planning to go forward and proceed with classes today. That narrative quickly changed as we got into the 6 o'clock hour, and definitely by 7 o'clock when things started to escalate there on campus. Campus is closed clearly for a third day in a row. And the question now is, how will this be resolved today?
Yeah, and it'll be a while. I think Chief Day said, they've got their work cut out for them, especially when you see the number of protesters who have come out in the light of day on campus. This is another image from our Devin Haskins here. You can see another kind of transport-looking van and police lining up around it. And Devin, hey, let's go out to you. I know you're there.
Yeah, we're at Broadway and Jackson. Police again, making the move to move protesters off the street. You see in the middle of the intersection there at Broadway and Jackson, police pushing against protesters. Protesters trying to stand their ground. Police pushing back. I can't see how many total are there. I'm going to move forward in that area right now. As I remain on the sidewalk again, at least 50 protesters or more are in the middle of the intersection and off the side. As again, they're trying to get these transport vans to get it away from PSU out of here. What their exact route is, I don't know. They're continuing to throw things. I just saw a bottle get thrown at one of the police vans and police officers. I saw one earlier just break. We've seen pepper spray get sprayed, and protesters need water poured on their eyes, as we saw just a couple minutes ago. Now we're moving up past Broadway towards what is the on-ramp to Barber Boulevard and Ross Island Bridge. There also looks like they're trying to get onto the freeway. Now the vans are moving more towards the Barber Boulevard, Ross Island Bridge on-ramp right now. And now they're finally up to speed. And the 5 vans that are right there are off and made it through the police barricades.
Officers are taking lawful action.
And you see, excuse me, sorry, I got a pan. And then, so you got more protesters in the street, and also
remain on the
more
sidewalk.
police.
Officers are taking lawful action. Get out of the street and get on the sidewalk.
More police also trying to just to open the streets back up as you get traffic also building up here, trying to go down Broadway right now.
Devin, it is clearly become a chaotic scene there on the campus of Portland State. You just mentioned Broadway. I was going to ask you to update us on where exactly on campus you are. That's the intersection of Broadway and, are you able to tell I know you've moved around a lot in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, so right now, I think what I heard you ask is where I'm at. Right now I'm at Broadway and Jackson. I know it's kind of a smaller street. We are on the very south end of Broadway before you kind of cross over the freeway and head up what would be towards like the OHSU campus and in that area and towards Barber Boulevard. Right now you got the police in the middle of the street. You have cars backing up down Broadway trying to get about their normal day. You have one protester right there in the center of the road being arrested and placed into handcuffs that I can see. I'll point you out in that direction.
And one person banging
Center
the
right
pot
there.
with the spoon that seems
One
to
person
be very close to
being
you.
Detained, yeah.
And
Is what?
Remain on the sidewalk.
Devin, you had mentioned that
Sorry,
one
it's
person
really hard to hear.
getting arrested. Yeah, I know it's hard to hear out there. We'll give you a little bit of a chance to recoup your thoughts here. We're going to keep your shot up, though. You heard Devin mention that one person getting arrested. We saw on camera that person getting arrested as well. Just a few minutes ago, Portland police tweeting out that officers are taking lawful actions here to try to resolve what's going on the PSU campus, just off of it. And they're saying for everyone's safety, it's imperative that people do not interfere with officers. And interfering with some of these arrests may subject the person who's interfering to either the use of force or themselves getting arrested.
We actually talked to the police chief, Bob Day, earlier this morning, just about 35 minutes ago, and we asked him about the arrests that were being made today. Here's what he said.
We created enough pressure in that process that several decided to run out of the building. Some of them were taken into custody. Some of them were able to flee. That doesn't change our resolve in terms of investigations and supporting Portland State University and presenting cases to the district attorney's office for follow-up at a later date.
One of the more dramatic scenes that played out earlier this morning, just before 9 o'clock, was the exodus. We're calling it the mass exodus from the library. And we're not certain how many people remained in that library this morning, but everyone who was in there was subject to arrest and was told they were going to be arrested for trespassing. They escaped as a mass group right before 9 o'clock this morning. And from our vantage points, and we had 3 different live cameras set up at that point in the morning, we were able to see some people actually getting away from police, others being arrested there this morning, just as Chief Day explained there a moment ago.
And hey, we've had multiple crews covering this for us all morning long. Since 4:30, we've been live for you covering this developing and breaking news situation on the Portland State University campus. Our Kyle Aboshi is standing by. He has been, privy to all the things from the library standpoint. He's been behind the library. Now, Kyle, you've moved to a new location. What are you seeing where you're at, and where are you?
Yeah, it just kind of shows how dynamic the situation can be. At one moment, you've got a lot of demonstrators facing off with police. At the next, you've got relative silence. I mean, this is Southwest 10th. Down the street on Montgomery, we saw probably less than a half an hour ago a face-off with law enforcement. We saw OSP out there along with Portland Police, chants and large crowds as they were working to remove those who were detained out of the area. They finally decided to turn those trucks around and headed off in a different direction. Obviously, it wasn't easy getting out of here, but they finally were. Now you can see back on the Portland State campus, it's relatively quiet as many of those demonstrators have left, but you can still see some officers kind of monitoring the situation to make sure that it is secure, because in a sense, this is still a crime scene. They've got to go through and make sure that no one's inside the library at this point, and then also work to process through whatever may be inside, also removing many of those items that may be inside, some of which were set up as barricades, if you will. And excuse the language, there's a woman chanting nearby who's been chanting back and forth at police. There's some vulgarity there, so I apologize. But the library really has been the focus of this demonstration since late last week. Things really ratcheted up on Monday when there was graffiti and vandalism and damage. And then at a late night press conference, Portland State's president, along with the police chief, the district attorney, and the mayor stood up and said this is criminal activity. And Portland State asked police to go in and remove those people, as we've seen at college campuses around the country. What is unique here, as we've been pointing out this morning, is this happened during the early morning daylight hours, unlike many other operations around the country, which happened at night, which made it difficult for people to gather and come out and protest as the police were forcibly removing demonstrators. It certainly was a unique situation, but things have certainly quieted down here on campus, and you can see the officers kind of milling about. The question is how long they'll be here. Will they move to another location where the demonstrators are, or will those demonstrators simply disperse and essentially the show's over? So we'll wait and see. You can see some of those officers leaving now. As for the library itself, it's quiet, and campus is closed for the day. no classes. We'll send it back to you folks.
All right, Kyle, we're going to wrap up from your standpoint what's happening on that side of the campus. We also have coverage from the other side of campus.
Right, and what we're hearing from our reporter out there, Devin Haskins, the crowd appears to have dispersed a little bit, but headed back to the library. Devin, are you still there with us? Can you hear us? And if so, can you give us an update on what's going on out there?
Yeah, so we're about 2 blocks away from where those transport vans, 2 blocks north from where those vans got on the road and got out of this the blockade that the protesters had set up, trying to prevent them from getting out of here. They've since moved back a little more north on Broadway, moved back to Broadway and Hall, and now here more on campus, if you will. But police have a line set up blocking anybody from getting on campus, getting back towards the library area. I can see the library in the far distance beyond the line of police that is right there, holding the ground against those protesters that are up there right up then. Now, in case you missed it in the last 10 minutes, that's when we saw the biggest escalation between the two sides. Protesters trying to block escort vans from transport vans from getting out of the campus, taking whoever was in there, the rest people arrested, and booking them. They linked arms, blocked them. Police came in, pushed them back. Were able to get the vans moved down a block or two. The protesters then linking arms again and blocking the transport vans. And then police at some point fired or sprayed some tear gas that we knew, some pepper spray. Some pepper spray, and we saw some protesters have to get treatment with their fellow protesters putting water in their eyes right now. But again, this has moved back. I've seen some people throwing things also back at the officers right now. So this has moved back to Hall and Broadway, where the gathering is at right now, on campus, but on the outskirts of campus.
You know, Devin, at the height of the chaos there a few minutes ago, right where you were standing, we also saw some what looked like to be like smoke bombs being set off, and no clarity, correct, on where that was coming from or who was setting off that?
Correct. Yeah, I still don't know who set that off or what that was, if that was done by police or done by protesters.
Okay, yeah, our Devin Haskins reporting live for us since 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning. Devin, we're going to keep your shot up for a little bit as we kind of walk people through how we got here. In case you're just tuning in now at 10:10 on this Thursday morning, this started basically late last week with some protests, student protests happening on the PSU campus, and it really started devolving Monday night. And this is when protesters decided to barricade themselves inside the main library on the PSU campus. That forced campus closures on both Tuesday and Wednesday. This today is a 3rd day in a row that the campus is closed. Right now, I'm hearing that Mayor Ted Wheeler of Portland is making a statement about what's going on. Let's drop in.
In a position where, due to budget law and to the timing required, we need to release our budget tomorrow afternoon, and I believe it's important that we have the opportunity to share highlights with you today. It is a large document, it is complex, and I think I owe you the context of what is in the full fiscal year budget today.
All right, the mayor there had moved on from his statements regarding today's events at Portland State University. He was starting to talk about the budget there, so we're going to step away from that to bring you back out live to Portland State University. A lot of the action there this morning contained right there to campus. I believe that we do have some video, though, that we can show you from last night, because the protest activity spilled out away from campus last night and entered other streets of downtown Portland. It was a march that started near campus. It weaved through the streets of downtown. Eventually, the protest group that we saw last night was making their way to the waterfront. So this is a look at the larger group of protesters from last night. But what happened was a smaller group from this one broke off and created a lot of damage towards local businesses in the downtown area. We have some of that video we can show you as well. We know the Starbucks at Pioneer Courthouse Square had its windows smashed last night by some of these protesters. We saw, in fact, we had crews there on the scene at the time it was happening. They saw chairs and tables being thrown at windows. Lots of destruction to these businesses. There was an ATM machine nearby that Starbucks at the square that was damaged by protesters as well. So it was not always peaceful last night, and it definitely has not been peaceful at times this morning on Portland State's campus.
Right, so another live shot from our two crews that are still covering the situation for us on Portland State University's campus. Earlier this morning, gosh, it's been a little over an hour now, we saw what appeared to be a mass exodus of protesters leaving the library, making a run for it. We had Portland Police Chief Bob Day on air with us via Zoom, talking a little bit about the protests, or the protesters rather, who were arrested. Some of them were arrested, others got away. It looks like they'll be facing charges such as criminal trespassing, and the DA will be making moves to bring those charges. But yeah, today, Portland State University, the campus shut down for a third day in a row as police try to handle this situation that has now, in the light of day, drawn a number of protesters and other people who are there in solidarity with the protesters who barricaded themselves inside the library.
We're going to take you to a shot of the map that shows the perimeter that was set up. This was the area that Portland Police today made it very clear no one was to enter this area. At first, their commands were directed towards the people inside the library, but then it became a more broad statement saying that anyone who crossed this barrier that was set up covering just about the entire campus there, anyone who crossed that barrier would be subjected to an arrest because of trespassing. This was all in an attempt to de-escalate the situation, specifically at the library this morning, and to hopefully get it done in a quiet manner. That is definitely not played out that way here this morning. As we've seen since about 9 o'clock, things have really picked up. People coming from not just within the library, but other groups have gathered there at the university, creating the scene that we've been watching now for the past hour and a half.
Well, and here's the deal. If people go into that perimeter, we asked Chief Bob Day about this, if they were subject to arrest. I mean, police had said if they were, a little closer in, they would be. So the protesters that we've been seeing so far, if they interfere with police, with any of the arrests, Chief Bob Day said, yeah, they could be arrested as well. Let's hear a little bit of sound from Bob Day.
As I mentioned earlier, that this was a criminal event, no longer a public order event, and we needed to make sure that we had all the resources in place to be able to appropriately respond and keep everyone safe, including police and protesters, members of the Portland State, etc.
So that was Police Chief Bob Day talking with us earlier this morning. We had him on live during our coverage right around 9:30, talking about the arrests made today. Again, Portland Police saying to the crowd there earlier this morning that anyone who resisted arrest could have force used against them and be subjected to additional criminal charges. There was no ifs, ands, and buts about what would happen if you were still inside the library this morning. Police letting those people know that they were already under arrest for trespassing. It was just a matter of them coming out or police going in to get them. But then it became a matter of resisting arrest. And again, they were clear again in their messaging, Portland Police was this morning, saying that anyone who resisted the arrest could have that force used against them. So we're seeing right now some video that we shot earlier as arrests were being made. We've sort of lost track at this point just how many arrests were made there on campus this morning. As we take it back out live, two different crews working this story for us at this hour. Devin Haskins is with one of our photographers here this morning. Kyle Boshi is part of our other crew. And they've been giving us some great looks from right in the middle of campus this morning as police continue to break up the protest situation and try to de-escalate the situation, because at this point, Portland State University is still not open to its students for classes today.
Yeah, and you can see there a live picture looking at the barricade there that has been created. Gosh, I think that was probably over the weekend into Monday. You can see a lot of the flags, Palestinian flags, also graffiti on the walls. This is very similar to what we've seen from inside the library as well. You can see the barricade up, some wood out there as well. And earlier this morning, our Devin Haskins, he was out there, gosh, starting at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. He had been talking about how he heard hammering as some of those protesters were trying to build up that barricade into the early hours of this morning, trying to fortify the walls almost. If you were tuned in earlier earlier, you would have also seen some soccer goals that protesters had dragged in to create some sort of barrier buffer between themselves and police.
We also saw that video earlier of police making their way through the library, removing a lot of the barricades, and removing the obstructions that were placed inside the library itself to get that place back to working order and get things back to normal. Portland State sent out an alert about an hour ago, letting people know there was a shelter in place for both Montgomery and Blackstone Hall. So as we know, if you've lived in this area for any sort of time, you know that Portland State is primarily a commuter school. Most of the kids and most of the students, be they younger adults or older adults who go to school there, commute there every day, but there is a percentage of their student body that does live on campus, obviously, and so those students were told to shelter in place. Montgomery and Blackstone Halls, as far as we know, still under that shelter-in-place order at this hour.
Yeah.
The university said updates would be sent by way of PSU alert.
Yeah, and speaking of those students, the PSU social media has also sent out an alert saying, all those in-person classes today and events held on the PSU campus are canceled. Those with online and remote activities, programs, classes, those are continuing as scheduled, but at the instructor's discretion. So just a heads up for students out there. And right now, this is a live look that we're seeing. You can see protesters out there along with a bunch of police, basically just kind of face to face with them.
So a moment ago, I think we're going to check back in with Devin Haskins here in a moment. Devin was following that crowd as the crowd was following the police transport vehicles as it made its way towards the freeway there. But it seems as though the crowd that was going towards the freeway has turned about and made its way back towards the library there on campus. I think that's what we're looking at there with Devin's shot. And once we have Devin hooked back up, we'll go. Devin, are you there and can you hear me? If so, can you give us the update as far as what you're seeing and where you're at right now?
Yeah, police originally had this line stopped down there on Broadway and Hall and now have backed away towards where we were originally, back near the library. So now we are back on campus. Police are holding a line, holding protesters, a good group of about 50 or more, back behind the line, standing here. Now it looks like they're stepping away and just keeping the protesters behind the line, kind of a tactic we've seen in other protests where they give them an inch, give them some grace, and then see how it reacts. Right now, this crowd again has become more volatile this morning as these arrests have gone on, and that's something we've seen throughout the last couple of hours since the police first started showing up since 6 o'clock this morning, to the arrests and the departure of those transport vans over the last half hour or so as they tried to make their way out. And that's when you really started to see more of the confrontation between police and protesters. So far, we've seen a handful of arrests being made throughout the morning with the transport vans being blocked and protesters taking over the streets and blocking the streets. We saw at least one person get put in handcuffs or zip tie restraints and taken away. Unsure what those charges are or who that person is right now. But right now, again, just kind of give you a layout of where we're at. We are on campus, on Portland State, across the way, across the South Park blocks from the library, where police went in earlier this morning and pulled out and arrested a number of people that were barricaded inside. We also saw a dozen or so or more run out of the library just before 9 o'clock this morning. And as you heard Chief Bob Day say at some point this morning, that some of those were arrested, others were able to get away. You guys will keep an eye on this situation. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, thank you for your reporting, Devin. Devin has been out there, since 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning. When he was first out there, the situation seemed pretty quiet and calm. But then 6 a.m. rolled around. That's when Portland police came onto campus, putting themselves right in front of the main library there. And ever since, the situation has become more chaotic. Definitely tension rising throughout the morning, especially at 9 a.m., right before 9 a.m., when we saw those protesters making a run for it from the library. Devin, thank you. We'll continue to monitor what you've got going on your end. But we also want to get to some updates from Portland police. They have said that protesters are throwing water bottles at police, and also in this tweet, Portland police saying, "We can now confirm that our clear of the Portland State Library is complete." They say they've found caches of tools, what appear to be improvised improvised weapons, they say. What you're seeing right now appear to be ball bearings. Portland police say they found paint balloons, they found spray bottles of ink, and also DIY armor, although police were careful to say that none of this stuff was used on officers.
But again, the first part of that messaging is the fact that the job of clearing the library was complete. Now we're going to head back out live because, Devin, you have stuff happening right in front of you this morning again. Give us an update, please.
Yeah, we had some sort of a fight break out, and you see some people upset. I don't know where these people came from or what started it all. But then saw what I thought was a couple punches being thrown, some yelling. But then it's starting to break up, and you see the group there pulling that man away right now. This is beyond the police line. This is kind of where now the public is allowed to go. See some people in PSU sweatshirts start to try and help restrain the man who seems agitated. But again, I don't know what caused it all. But there's definitely a confrontation of some sort here on the lawn in the South Park blocks.
It definitely appeared as though, I mean, Devin, you're there closer than I am, and it appeared as though you had somebody or some bodies who were against the idea of this protest, perhaps taking on a group of the protesters. It looked like the people that were being challenged were all wearing masks.
Yeah, and that's my best guess too, is that obviously there was a differing of opinions, but I don't know, again, I didn't hear any of the initial arguments as far as what started it all.
Sure. What we can also tell you that we can tell you about Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler, who just a few minutes ago addressed this situation during a larger briefing from City Hall this morning. So we're going to listen in right now to what the mayor said just a few minutes ago regarding the situation this morning at Portland State.
Before I kick this off, I want to acknowledge that there's a lot going on in the community today, in particular the incidents down at Portland State University. This is an active police operation. It's one that I'm monitoring closely as the police commissioner. You can go to the Portland Police Bureau website for the most up-to-date information on what's taking place at PSU. I also want to make clear that within the next couple of hours, in partnership with the Portland Police Bureau, I will be holding a press conference to specifically address the operation at Portland State University.
We are not an authoritarian nation where we silence people or squash dissent. The American people are heard. In fact, peaceful protest is in the best tradition of how Americans respond to consequential issues. But neither are we a lawless country. We are a civil society, and order must prevail.
So you heard President Biden there. He made a national address not too long ago talking about these types of protests that are breaking out all over the United States on college campuses. He said that these types of, intimidation tactics, violence does not correspond to peaceful protest. And yes, people have a right to protest, and he and his administration condones that. But people do not have a right to cause chaos, he says. And it's an interesting note here because these folks who are protesting obviously want policy to change, right? They want the U.S.'s stand on the war in Gaza, Israel versus Hamas, to change. However, the president said that these protests are not influencing his policy decisions.
Protesters at these various universities, including Portland State, have been telling administration to call for an immediate ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas. That was the early demands, but the pattern has been across the country, protests, a call to action, followed by damage and destruction, followed by arrest. And the arrest part is what we've seen play out this morning here at Portland State. Kyle Aboshi, one of the two crews we have out there live this morning, part of the crew that we're going to go to next. So Kyle, can you just update us on where on campus you've moved to and what you're seeing right now?
Sure, we're in front of the library in the park blocks, and you can see a heavy police presence, officers kind of assembling in the park blocks itself. As we give you kind of a broader view, maybe it will kind of help establish where things are and how things are laid out. To the left of your screen, you see the demonstrators there, police lines set up, chanting, officers standing by. Then you've got the park blocks that are empty for obvious reasons. It's cordoned off, it's closed off, there's no school today. And then to your right here, as we pan over, is the library, which has been the focus of demonstrations over the past few days, and police have now confirmed that they've cleared the building, so it is secure. The university now has control once again after demonstrators had occupied it for several days. The real question is how long this protest will continue on the campus. Campus is closed, so in all likelihood they can continue on for several hours, if not the entire day, unless there's some type of destruction. Disruption, yes, but not destruction. Police obviously are standing by and standing back. Having watched this situation unfold all morning long and seeing a number of arrests, and also the crowd kind of grow, you do have to wonder if police are kind of rethinking their strategy. And we've touched on this throughout the morning, but I think it's worth revisiting. And that is, in previous protests we've seen here in Portland, particularly the Occupy Portland protest in downtown Portland, when there were tents and an encampment, barricades set up in 2011, police gave warnings and then in the middle of the night went and cleared the encampment. By doing so, it did not allow people to come down from the outside and disrupt the process. Here, they chose to come in the morning hours during daylight. It wasn't overnight. It was being broadcast on the news. It was being shared widely on social media that this was happening. And even Portland Police was publicizing the fact, we're making announcements, we're going in and clearing the library. You've got to wonder if, as a result of that, the crowd grew and now they face a challenging and certainly dynamic situation that they may not have had this happened in the overnight hours. And that really is the question, especially when comparison to other schools around the country where police have gone in and forcibly removed students. Columbia University being one of them, we've all seen the dramatic overnight video when police went in to clear that encampment. You do have to wonder if they're rethinking this. You folks asked Bob Day in a live interview, Portland Police Chief, about the timing of this all and the decision. In listening to that interview, and I would like to go back to hear a little bit more about that, but the sense I got was it was strategic, yes, but it was also about resources. Having enough officers available at the time to execute this and to clear the library. So I do have to wonder, though, if in hindsight, if they would have rather have done this in the overnight hours and then not had the crowd assemble as they're dealing with now. And we'll see how this plays out, because obviously, as far as resources are concerned, it's going to take a lot of officers and a lot of time for this crowd to disperse. And the question is, how long will it continue and will it remain peaceful? I'll send it back to you.
Kyle, I appreciate your perspective because clearly you've covered both today's protests and also the Occupy Portland protest that you referred to earlier. My thought when you ask about the timing of the police activity here today, my thought is, in the Occupy Portland situation, that was out in the open for the most part, right? We could all clearly see where those tents were set up, where that encampment was laid out, and you can kind of see what police were getting themselves into. I wonder if, this situation was a little bit different for police in that we didn't know exactly what was happening inside that library. They weren't exactly sure what they were going to walk into there. I don't know if you feel like that may have been a reason why they played this differently than they played the Occupy Portland situation.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. It is a little bit difficult to compare the two because in looking back at that Occupy Portland protest in downtown Portland, they also erected a chain link fence around the encampment. They put up lights at night, making it safe for them to go in and also potentially safer for those who were occupying that space. Here, it was an unknown. Yes, it was a library. The lights were on. They never cut off the power. And so in theory, it's well lit, and frankly, although there are windows, many of them were covered. So I don't know if it would have been that much different a situation day or night in going into this library. At the end of the day, they were able to clear this library in a couple of hours, maybe. I don't know what the time frame was exactly, but you just wonder if that could have been accomplished at 2 in the morning, been wrapped up, and by that time you wonder if people are kind of waking up. Again, it's easy to second guess this and Monday and quarterback it, but in light of kind of the challenging situation they're dealing with now, you wonder if it could have been avoided.
Okay, Kyle Aboshi reporting from Portland State University for us this morning. Kyle, really, really useful to get your perspective on this. Another crew that we have on scene also is our Devin Haskins, who's been there since 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning. Devin, you have seen things from the start, really. Start out really quiet and really end up pretty chaotic. Can you tell us where you're at now? Because I know things are always shifting and evolving, and what you're seeing.
Yeah, right now we're here on campus. The library is just to my right. You have a line of police that are kind of lining this way. This is if Hall was extended as a street past Broadway, they would continue here to kind of give you an idea of line-wise. So you got a line of police right here, some protesters that are linked arms. You have a line of protesters over there. You have a line of police that are keeping about a 15-foot distance away from them. This crowd has grown quite a bit since this morning, since the police showed up at 6 o'clock. Small crowd was here on campus, and then it has just grown and grown more. And I think a lot of that probably has to do, one, they've gone through the library and they've cleared it. They've taken away people that they've arrested in transport vans. But I think the biggest thing is that they've also opened up the area. So instead of keeping people out of the South Park blocks, now the only thing that's shut down is where you see the police tape in this really immediate area. And it's, if people are wanting to join the cause for these protesters, there's nothing stopping them now like there was before, with a heavy police presence on the outskirts of this perimeter, or police here as well. Now, that being said, there is a lot of police on the interior of this perimeter where protesters are kind of having a confrontation with words with them. Police maintaining their distance, on the other side, just kind of keeping an eye on things right now. But this is, you want to say it's calm, you could say it's calm, but it's, definitely a lot of tension going on right now, and it only takes one spark to light that fire. Just minutes ago, though, that was not the situation when we saw protesters try and block the transport van along Broadway, getting out of the PSU campus. The number of transport vans just trying to get up Broadway, and the protesters standing arm in arm, blocking those. We saw police having to try and push them out of the way. Pepper spray was sprayed out, as well as some other things that we saw. Protesters were throwing bottles at police officers. Definitely some clashing and some fighting going on with pushing on both sides from police officers and protesters trying to block those transport vans from getting out of here right now. Again, here on campus, just the crowd continuing to grow as police are trying to hold the line here on the outskirts of that library that was taken over on Monday, and finally police coming in at 6 o'clock this morning to take it back.
All right, Devin, we're going to let you gather some more information there, but we're going to keep your live picture up for just a minute. Devin Haskins live there at Portland State University. The big headline there at the bottom of your screen, PSU library cleared. So that refers to Portland police getting into the library this morning, clearing it out. No protesters left inside the library, but clearly the campus itself has not been cleared. Things are not back to normal, and for the third day in a row, Portland State University has canceled all classes. We've heard from Portland Police Chief Bob Day about this. We've heard from Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler about this. We actually have sound, Christine, from the governor, Governor Tina Kotek, also talking about the situation this week and today at Portland State University.
And it looks like we have a statement that we'll read to you on the air here from the governor, saying, "I fully condemn the criminal actions taken Thursday morning, this morning, that resulted in the burning of 15 Portland Police Bureau cars and endangers first responders and the surrounding community." Now, this was something that happened actually in Northeast Portland, where there were 15 Portland Police Bureau cars that were set on fire at a training complex over there. At this point, we don't know necessarily the connection between that and potentially what's going on here at PSU, but this was part of the breaking news that we had this morning.
Yeah, that was the second of two breaking situations we had right around 5 o'clock this morning. We have since moved our crew away from that Portland Police Training Center near the Portland Airport. This is more from Governor Tina Kotek now. She says, more specifically to the Portland State University situation, I have absolutely no tolerance, she says, for discriminatory harassment, violence, or property damage. This includes the acts of vandalism seen this week at the Portland State University Library and against nearby businesses.
Yeah, and a third quote that we have from Governor Kotek saying these actions are in direct opposition to Oregon values and threaten working people, families, businesses, and our community as a whole. So a lot of people weighing in this morning, from Governor Tina Kotek
Are you taking me or just chat?
to President Biden to Portland Police Chief Bob Day and even Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler.
Yeah, the governor's remarks there that we just read on the screen, echoing what we heard from President Biden earlier this morning, talking about all of the protests we've seen on college campuses across the country. The president made it very clear this morning himself that his administration supports freedom of speech and freedom of expression, but does not tolerate the acts of violence on campuses around the country. And more specifically, he said he doesn't support anyone who prevents kids and college students from getting to their classes. And that's what we've seen play out here at Portland State now for the past 3 days. Portland State actually said that they were going to hold classes today. That was the message last night. It was something they continued to say in the early morning hours today when we checked in with them right around 5:30 this morning. But that narrative did change when things escalated there on campus and the university shut down the campus, closed all parts of the campus to the outside, and canceled classes for a third straight day.
Right, and Portland State University officials really doubling down just a few minutes ago, posting on their social media, PSU alert, campus is closed. Closed being in all caps, assuming they're talking about the protesters that are on campus right now. At this point, we really don't know how many protesters are currently on the PSU campus, but definitely a fair number of them. As our Devin Haskins was able to show us, they were preventing some of the Portland police vans from leaving campus, assuming that those vans had some folks who were arrested a little earlier this morning. Let's take some video that we have from earlier when police arrested some people and those protesters trying to prevent Portland police transport vans from getting off campus there.
You mentioned Portland State University just issuing that alert a few minutes ago that the campus is closed to all activity today. The university also, about an hour ago, a little more than an hour ago at this point, ordered a shelter in place. So you have to imagine, there are students, it is mainly a commuter school, but there are students who live there on campus and they're being told to stay in their dorms. Montgomery and Blackstone Halls specifically told to shelter in place here this morning because the university wants to keep its other student body members away from the activity that's already been happening there on campus this morning.
Yeah, and the people who have been arrested so far, the protesters, Chief Bob Day has said that those protesters who have been arrested will be facing criminal trespass charges. And he even said that those folks who are protesting currently on campus, if they interfere with a lawful arrest from a Portland police officer, then they may be subject to either force or being arrested themselves. Here's a little bit of our conversation with Chief Bob Day.
As I mentioned earlier, that this was a criminal event, no longer a public order event, and we needed to make sure that we had all the resources in place to be able to appropriately respond and keep everyone safe, including police and protesters, members of the Portland State, etc. We created enough pressure in that process that several decided to run out of the building. Some of them were taken into custody. Some of them were able to flee. That doesn't change our resolve in terms of investigations and supporting Portland State University and presenting cases to the district attorney's office for follow-up at a later date.
Okay, so a live look again from our two crews that are on the Portland State University campus. We have been covering this for you since 4:30 this morning, monitoring this developing situation that really got started around 6 a.m. when Portland police rolled onto campus, posted up right in front of the main library there on campus, strung out police tape, and made a perimeter because they didn't want people coming into it. And at that point, we really didn't know when or if Portland police were going to make a move to go in the library. Since then, obviously, they've cleared that library. Protesters have made runs for it. We've seen arrests.
Kyle Aboshi has been one of the crew members we've had out live this morning for us covering the situation. We're going to check back in with Kyle right now. Kyle, it's always helpful to remind people where exactly on campus you are before you share the latest with us.
Yeah, we're in the park blocks. We're actually right in front of the library now and looking diagonal across the park blocks. To give you a better vantage point, we've seen demonstrators move forward just a bit. What has been unique about this protest is police have put up their tape, as they typically do, to hold people back. We've seen at several locations demonstrators actually rip the tape down, which creates a challenging situation because there's that line in the sand, but then it's blurred once they drop that tape. Police have gone and tried to put it back up again, and it's kind of in this back and forth, but that has been rather unique in this demonstration. Behind me you can see, though, chanting and police standing there along with demonstrators. At this point, limited volatility, certainly no violence between the two sides. As we pull out a little bit, though, I'll give you a little bit better lay of the land so that you understand where this is on the Portland State campus. It really is, when you look at the campus as a whole and the footprint, essentially in the center and more or less south side of the campus. These are the park blocks that are closed off, so obviously there's no activity here, but there is some staging of police. We've seen Oregon State Police here assisting with Portland Police, standing at the ready. As we pan over to the right, then you can see the library itself, which according to Portland Police has now been cleared. They've gone through and assessed. There's no one inside any longer that shouldn't be there. They also have cleared away to some degree some of the items that were set up as barricades inside. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes to clear all of this, but you can see from the outside also they've got a lot of different items collected from around campus and elsewhere to kind of create a barrier, including soccer goals, there's some wooden chairs, there's some other barricades, wooden pallets, that type of thing. It'll be interesting to see when that stuff is removed and who is responsible for that. I would assume it is the university because at the end of the day, this is university property. The dynamics of the situation have been certainly fluid, to say the least, throughout the morning. As word began to spread that they were going in and removing demonstrators from the library and police were going in, we saw more and more people assemble and then the crowds move. Really, the most excitement we've seen is when those who were arrested need to be transported away from the scene and demonstrators blocked the police cars from leaving. And then we saw some real movement, and Devin Haskins followed them for several blocks as they pursued those police vehicles and tried to keep them from essentially taking those people to jail. Now, this demonstration on campus is obviously a lot of chanting, a lot of excitement, a lot of energy, but you wonder how long it will continue. And for police, in many ways, time is a tool they can use in just allowing this crowd to continue to chant. If there's no damage of property, let's listen in actually. So they're making an announcement over the loudspeaker in their vehicle, and I can't hear exactly what they're saying. Devin Haskins may be in a better position, so we'll turn to him very shortly to see exactly what they're saying. But typically, those type of announcements are made in anticipation of officers moving in and making arrests or forcing people out of an area. So we'll continue to listen to that as best we can, but I also I'm hoping that Devin may be in a better position to hear what exactly that announcement is saying. I'm going to send it back to you folks for now.
I'll tell you what, Kyle, then that's what we're going to do. We're going to send it back over to where Devin Haskins is this morning. Devin, one thing we know for sure, we saw in that area where you're at, the police trying to put back some of the police lines and the police tape that were torn down as people ran from the library earlier. Kyle was wondering if you could hear the messaging from Portland Police that we just heard on the air a moment ago. It was kind of muffled, so we couldn't make out exactly what police are saying.
Yeah.
Officers are taking lawful actions to resolve this event. For everyone's safety, it is imperative that you do not interfere with officers.
They're basically telling protesters here not to interfere with them, that if you do, that you could face arrest. They're asking people to remain behind police lines so they can resolve this issue right now. Within the last couple minutes, we've seen the state police come up in their full gear and kind of hold that line where police, like Kyle said, protesters, are continuing to rip that crime tape down, police line down, let it fall, kind of muddy those waters, and take maybe a step more. Now you see the police step in and really kind of hold that line to keep any sort of movement happening as the protesters continue to line this area. This has grown. I heard you just a couple minutes ago saying, I wonder how many people are here. I would put an estimate on well over 100 people, if not 100 to 200 people, just with the size that it is, how it stretches out, not only here in behind me, but also all the way down that building there as well. And then you got police, a number of them behind the lines there in front of the library. And there's only really a short distance between Kyle's position and my position too. And a lot of activity happening now after hours of being pretty calm this morning, early this morning. I'm talking when they first showed up at 6 o'clock to when we found out that they were inside, and then once those people that were arrested and they put in the transport vans and they tried to get what we assume were people in the transport vans out of PSU's campus, those vans were then starting to get blocked, and that's when the volatility, the confrontations really started to happen, not only here on campus a little bit, but also spilled out onto the streets as well. So right now, just trying to get an eye on what I'm seeing, because I'm behind the protesters and have the police in front of them. We're all about the same height, roughly. Just a lot of chanting and a lot of yelling at police officers right now from that side. And then over the loudspeaker, again, police telling them, don't interfere or you face arrest.
Yeah, Devin, if you want to get into a better position, we can give you that opportunity right here. And I'm just going to reiterate what we have heard in the last few minutes from Portland Police with those sound trucks there on campus. It's the same messaging they've been putting out all morning on their Twitter account, basically saying the following: interfering with lawful arrests today at PSU will subject you to potential use of force and arrest and criminal charges. They're telling people to please stay behind the police lines that have been created there and do not interfere so we can safely resolve the situation on campus.
And speaking of what police have been saying, we have been monitoring their social media, and we have more images to show you. This is definitely something that Portland police encountered as they made their way to clear the Portland State Library, which they say is now complete. What you're seeing is what they say is just a cache of tools, what appears to be improvised weapons. You could see the paint balloons, spray bottles of ink there, a lot of the paint. They also found some ball bearings, and also
that's interesting. Do you see that sign right there, Christine? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Throw downstairs if cops come up.
Yep.
That's what it says right there. So a lot of paint, a lot of spray bottles, some DIY armor as well that had said, hey, wear this under clothes. Police do note, though, that none of this stuff was used on police. They took their time in terms of getting into the library, trying to make sure that safety was emphasized. This is what police said on their social media. And they were able to clear that library. At this point, we're continuing to follow what Portland police are saying. They've made a number of arrests, but at this point, we don't know how many exactly.
I think one of the interesting questions that people have are how many people that were inside the library up until the last minutes this morning were actually students at Portland State University. Obviously, for the people that were arrested today, we're going to get some information later from Portland Police regarding who those people were exactly. Their status, their age, their name, where they're from, were they actually students at the university or not? That information is still to come as we take you back out live now this morning to a situation that we've been covering since 4:30 a.m.
Right, so 6 hours, more than 6 hours now.
And it's something that really escalated closer to 9 o'clock. Up until that point, we saw the gathering of police and the orders to come out of the library for the protesters that were there. And then right before 9 o'clock, as police start to make their way inside and navigate through the library and bring down some of the barricades that were set up both on the outside and the inside, a group of people came rushing out of the library, scattering across campus. Some of those people were arrested right in front of our TV cameras this morning. Others that appeared to get away from police. And so this is the latest as that group has gathered now for several hours. And it's a group that really has grown in number since we started this broadcast.
Yeah, and you heard Drew talk about when the situation started devolving. Our Devin Haskins has been there all morning long, and he was there when we saw protesters running away from the library. And here you see video from earlier. He saw this, we saw this live. One of the protesters apparently who may have been pepper sprayed, getting water poured into their eyes. This is not the first protester either. Another one right there, kind of keeling over a little bit, trying to get some air. A number of people who appeared to have been either pepper sprayed or had something sprayed into their eyes. You can see a person who has a bottle of what appears to be maybe saline solution or some other type of solution, trying to put it in her eyes to alleviate the pain and discomfort that she's feeling. And this is a scene that is something pretty familiar to us. If you've been in Portland for any length of time, if you've seen other protests, this is definitely akin to what we've seen previously during like Occupy protests and other protests that we've had in recent memory.
Some of that scene there that we're showing you right now that we recorded earlier came after Devin reported seeing some of the crowd throwing things like water bottles at officers there at PSU. We're now joined live by Thomas Schultz, who is new to our coverage here this morning, but not new to the story. Thomas, I know this is something you've covered throughout the week here on KHW News. So tell us where you're at on campus and what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, well, Drew and Christine, we're just a little bit up the hill from where Devin and Kyle are stationed here, just to get a little bit of a different vantage point. So let's show that to you and just see the amount of people out protesting. Police have yellow police lining around the corner of Portland State here, so people are surrounding that lining. Now, throughout the morning, some of that police tape has come down. Protesters have inched a little bit closer, and just a few minutes ago, we saw more police come in to sort of block that path. That's when groups started to crowd a little bit more towards that corner down here. So you can see all these protesters, maybe around 100 people or so. Let's pan left a little bit here so you can see a bit of the police response. You've got some officers stationed over here to the left, just right outside the library. Now, as you guys mentioned, of course, police have since cleared the Portland State Library, but there's still a lot of signs over here. There's even soccer goalposts between the police and the library, and they're starting now to even some walk away from the protesters. This has seemed to calm down a little bit over the past 5 minutes or so. Now, we've seen a couple of scuffles out here this morning. Nothing that I've seen between police and protesters, but more so people that are either Portland State students or other protesters out here. Those have quickly dissolved and been broken up. So far, there's a lot of chanting. There's even some kitchenware that people have brought out and banging on that kitchenware too. There's chants like "Free Palestine, free our students" out here at Portland State. And as you guys have been covering all morning, I mean, this has been going on all morning. We've had crews out here since 4:30 as well. The size of the protest seems to be about the same as it was when we got out here maybe an hour and a half ago this morning, and it's still relatively peaceful. No collisions or clashes between police and protesters. Now, of course, as you mentioned, there have been people who have been sprayed potentially with pepper spray. We also saw some people, Christine, you mentioned the saline, the solution that might have been used. We've seen some older people who maybe they're community members, maybe they're faculty, we don't really know, who have brought water bottles and poured that on the backs of some of the people who have also appeared to be sprayed earlier in the day. So we'll continue, of course, to keep you updated as we learn more as well, guys.
Okay, Thomas Schultz for us live on the PSU campus. Thank you, Thomas, for your reporting. And important note here, you heard Thomas just say that he didn't see any clashes or anything, but again, this is a very fluid situation. We did see earlier from our Devin Haskins, his camera, his perspective, some shoving, some pushing from Portland police. We definitely saw somebody on the ground getting arrested earlier, getting their hands zip tied behind their backs. So I think it's definitely an evolving situation. It can be a bit of a roller coaster when it comes to police making a move, then getting a response from protesters in the crowd.
We had a camera there live when they were trying to remove their police transport vehicles from campus. We assume with some of the people that were arrested inside those vehicles, and there was definitely a line of protesters trying to impede the progress of that vehicle. That's when things really picked up. The police continued to push their way through to get that vehicle on its way away from campus, and the crowd was following that vehicle for some blocks, and that's where we saw, and again, Devin he said it was just too crazy to figure out where that spray was coming from, the pepper spray that is, who was firing it off, but it definitely got into the eyes of some of the people we saw protesting there this morning.
Yeah, and the protesters who've been arrested, they're going to be facing, according to Police Chief Bob Day, criminal trespass charges. And the protesters that are currently there that you see right there on your screen, Police Chief Bob Day has said that if they interfere with a lawful arrest, if they interfere with police, they could be subject to force themselves or potentially be arrested. So at this point, it's still early in the day, and you can see a number of protesters on the PSU campus this morning. We'll have to keep tabs, though, on how the situation may progress, how it may devolve, how many more arrests could be made. At this point, we really don't know how many arrests Portland police have made so far. We've seen maybe a handful on our air in particular. And in terms of the arrests, we don't know if they're students. We don't know if there are other groups that joined up with the students. I guess that's something that time will tell.
We've definitely seen damage. We've seen it through pictures that were sent to us from inside the library. We saw damage last night in downtown Portland away from campus with a separate movement of people who were marching through downtown towards the waterfront, and part of that group broke off, damaging some of the businesses in downtown, specifically near Pioneer Courthouse Square. Going back to the beginnings of this movement on the campus at Portland State University, the protesters there, students, some of them for sure, were calling on PSU to call for an immediate ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas. They were also asking for the university to cut its ties with Boeing. Boeing has reportedly supplied military hardware to Israel. But we also know that Portland State just 3 days ago, in response to that, said it was going to pause that relationship, if you will, with Boeing. Boeing has been a supporter of the university over the years, supporting with things like scholarship money. But the university said in response to the demands of the protesters there on campus earlier this week that they would pause that relationship with Boeing.
Right. So you just heard Drew talk about the demands that these protesters were demanding of PSU and also the administration, because they want a ceasefire in Gaza. But if you're wondering how we even got here, late last week it started as a student protest, and it kind of devolved Monday when some of the protesters decided to barricade themselves inside the main library at PSU. And that is what set off a bit of a cascade chain of events, because a barrier went up, a blockade or barricade rather. And on Tuesday and Wednesday, campus was closed. Starting out this morning, PSU had said that they were continuing to roll forward with a reopening of campus, but that tune definitely changed as we saw the situation develop on campus. PSU saying that all classes are canceled again today for a third straight day. And that means, of course, it affects students who have in-person classes. They won't be able to go unless, that is, their instructors have decided to go remote. But students will have to kind of keep tabs on the situation there.
So one thing we've heard from Portland police in the last hour is the fact that they have cleared out the library. That was the primary mission, at least that's what it appeared to be when police arrived there this morning, was to remove what protesters were left inside the library, the main library there at PSU, and to get them out of the library. Portland police posting some of these pictures on their Twitter account this morning. There was activity up on the roof, inside the halls. We saw even video at one point that was posted by Portland police of officers making their way through the library, having to bring down some of the barricades that were set up inside that protesters had put up as a barricade, not just on the outside of the building, but also inside in sections of the library.
Absolutely. And I mean, we saw there some damage inside the library, a number of places where graffiti was on the walls as well. Right now, you can see all of the cameras that we have on the Portland State University campus monitoring the situation there. But for right now, we want to take a quick listen to some sound that we have from earlier from Mayor Ted Wheeler.
Before I kick this off, I want to acknowledge that there's a lot going on in the community today, in particular the incidents down at Portland State University. This is an active police operation. It's one that I'm monitoring closely as the police commissioner. You can go to the Portland Police Bureau website for the most up-to-date information on what's taking place at PSU. I also want to make clear that within the next couple of hours, in partnership with the Portland Police Bureau, I will be holding a press conference to specifically address the operation at Portland State University.
So that again was Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler. We also heard by way of this statement from Oregon Governor Tina Kotek this morning. Now, the first part of the statement doesn't refer to anything that happened today on campus. The governor is referring here to something that happened at the Portland Police Training Center near the airport, about 4 miles away from Portland's airport. Earlier this morning, we reported that 15 police vehicles were set on fire. And to that, the governor says, I fully condemn the criminal actions taken Thursday morning that resulted in the burning of 15 Portland Police Bureau cars and endangers first responders and the surrounding community. And then she went on to talk about more specifically, Christine, the action at Portland State.
Right. So in her address about PSU, she said, I have absolutely no tolerance for discriminatory harassment, violence, or property damage. This includes the acts of vandalism seen this week at the Portland State University Library and against nearby businesses. Governor Kotek went on to say these actions are in direct opposition to Oregon values and threaten working people, families, businesses, and our community as a whole.
You see the headline there at the bottom of your screen, Portland Police Bureau saying that they have cleared the PSU library. But while that may have ended the clearing of the library, this other situation continues to play out here this morning as we enter the 11 o'clock hour. We've been covering the story for you since we first went on the air this morning with our sunrise show at 4:30. Several crews out there on the PSU campus covering the gathering of protesters, the line of Portland police that continues to stand there at the university. Thomas Schultz is part of that team coverage here this morning. So Thomas, if you would please just remind us where on campus you are right now and what's happening in front of you. Okay, I'm not sure if we have Thomas set up here or not. I know we have a shot ready, but Thomas may not be available to chime in right now. We can continue talking about this from the news desk here this morning. Really, the action picking up 2 hours ago, just before 9 o'clock, Christine. That's when we saw that rush of people leaving the library, some of them avoiding arrest. Others were not able to get away, and they were arrested. It was made clear to those people inside the library this morning, starting at 6 o'clock, that anyone who was still inside the library would be arrested for trespassing.
And, you know, we have multiple crews who have been on the scene covering this for us on the ground at PSU all morning long. One of them, our Kyle Aboshi. Kyle, can you update us on where you are at right now? Because I know you've been moving around and what you're seeing.
Yeah, so we're right in front of the library looking across the park blocks at a large group that is gathered here chanting. Police are standing by and kind of just observing. There's no real hostility between the two sides, no physical interaction. So far as we can tell from here, it is largely peaceful. You know, for police, really, time is on their side. It's a situation where, in all likelihood, they'll probably just wait this out. They have no reason to go in and kind of force these folks out of the position that they're in right now. So they just stand and wait. There are plenty of police reinforcements here as well. We've seen Oregon State Police here and also Portland Police since early this morning. They set up a very large perimeter around the library building. Obviously, campus is closed, no classes today. The idea being keep people away while they go in and remove the demonstrators from the library itself. They were successfully able to go in this morning. Obviously, some of those people got out and got away. Some of them were detained as well. We don't have exact numbers or names or charges just yet. That type of update we anticipate later on today. We also have kind of gotten an inside look at the library itself from videos and photos that police have shared. Earlier in the week, we also had some photos shared with us showing what type of damage had occurred inside the library. But until we're able to go in there, or Portland State is able to go in there and assess damage, it's really difficult to tell what type of damage and how much damage has been done to the building itself, its contents, equipment, supplies, etc. How long this will last, that is a good question. That really is the question that a lot of people are standing here thinking is, will this continue on for several hours? And in all likelihood, based on what we've seen so far, neither side seems willing to go anywhere, so it will continue. But for the time being, no physical violence, no confrontation, short of some chanting back and forth, or chanting from the demonstrators, I should say. So it's just a matter of police standing. They've also set up the perimeter with police tape to keep people back. At times that tape has come down. Tape extends around the library building, and at this point the primary focus is the crowd that you see right there. Tough to give an estimate first. in excess of 100 people, I would guess, standing and chanting, and we'll see how long they remain in that position. Back to you.
Kyle, I know that people are tuning in at various points. For the people who are just tuning in, obviously you have had extensive experience covering these types of protests over the years in Portland. Can you give us a sense of this protest compared to others you've covered?
Yeah, what's interesting is the stage we're in right now, and that is where demonstrators are standing, they're chanting, police are standing, looking at them, and prepared in case there's any movement. And really, for lack of a better word, it's kind of like a standoff. And we've seen this in demonstrations throughout the years in Portland, where police will simply stand, and unless there's an agitator, some kind of physical confrontation from demonstrators, or there's illegal activity, breaking of windows, destruction of property, police really won't move in. They'll allow the demonstrators to just have their say and stand there for as long as can be. In many ways, it's almost the best tactics police have to offer is simply time to wait things out. And at some point, in theory, the demonstrators will disperse and it ends peacefully and the situation is resolved. It isn't really until the marching occurs elsewhere onto private property, until there is that destruction of property, that police take action and make arrests. And they typically, traditionally said, that's their right, is to peacefully assemble and express their freedom of expression. And that's, in many ways, what we're seeing right now. It's different than what was occurring at the library, where people had trespassed, gone inside, occupied the building itself. That's a different situation, and that's where Portland State's president came out and said, listen, we've asked Portland police to come in and remove these people from our property. Certainly a different situation. So in many ways, we kind of have two different episodes.
We may have lost Kyle's mic there, Lex. Oh, he's back.
Those people are out.
Kyle, your microphone's starting to break up there a little bit, so we're going to let you go for a moment here. We'll try to check back with you here in a few minutes. But we want to talk about the bigger picture of today's event.
Right. So, of course, Kyle, right outside the library, we have a couple different cameras outside the library, but we want to take you inside for a moment so you can get a better context, better idea of what police were seeing. This is video that actually are photos we've got from an anonymous source, actually, from the other night. You can see a lot of graffiti, broken glass, a lot of vandalism, and just furniture piled on top of each other. You could see burned Boeing there. That is in reference to Portland, the protesters' demands, wanting PSU to cut ties with companies like Boeing, they say, who support Israel. But this is definitely an idea of what police may have encountered when they went through to clear the library. They also said in a tweet that they were encountering a bunch of different barricades as they worked to clear the library earlier this morning.
So this is video that we shot earlier of people being arrested outside the library as police made their way in. Some of those protesters did run out from the library, and some of them were detained by Portland police. The messaging leading up to this, and this was right before 9 o'clock this morning, but the messaging in the hours leading up to that was pretty simple from Portland police. They were announcing to the crowd by way of their sound trucks on campus that anyone left inside the perimeter of the South Park blocks and the library there were now considered under arrest for second-degree trespass. Clearly, they didn't capture everyone that came running out of that library, but many arrests were made. Portland Police was tweeting about some of those arrests on their Twitter account throughout the morning today. And now we see this also from Portland Police Bureau. They tweeted this out a few hours ago, saying that this is just an update now. Portland Police says they've made 12 arrests today. 4 of those were PSU students, as we work to resolve the criminal activity in and around the Portland State Library. So a lot of people are wondering, what is the ratio of non-students to students? Well, from this particular tweet, just a small sample size, Portland Police saying that they arrested 12 people altogether today. 4 of them were actually PSU students.
Yeah, and our crews were on campus as they were being arrested. Those protesters saw those arrests happen. Devin Haskins now live from PSU. Devin, where are you now? Because I know you've been moving around as well, and what are you seeing?
We kind of come in the same line of people that are all about the same height to get like that better vantage point. So right behind me here is where the main crowd is. You have the crowd there protesting, which is, as Kyle said, and which is their right to do so there. And then you have police kind of holding that line to make sure they don't cross the line that they had originally set up, even if the police tape has been torn down. And sometimes we've seen protesters do that in defiance of the police being here. We've seen some yelling from the protesters at the police. The police, for the most part, just kind of staying put and not moving. There are times when the crowd gets a little rowdy or maybe tries to take more than the inch that they're given, and you see the police kind of come in and hold that line to make sure that nothing more is taken from that. So far, things after the spill out onto the street where you saw some of the protesters block those transport vans from getting away from PSU. You know, we saw some arrests being made out there as well, and we saw people clash with police and protesters out there. But after that, they came here back on campus, and this is where it's remained for the last probably half hour or so since we made that walk with protesters out on Broadway and then back here. For now, this is kind of the way that things have been going here. I continue to kind of look behind me because you hear the chanting, you hear the yelling. You know, is anything happening? And it's a lot of the same. It's a lot of the the protesters, you know, chanting and saying their messages, you know, towards police. So for now, we're gonna send it back to you, but that's kind of what we're seeing from our vantage point here within South Park blocks. To give you an idea, also just directly to my right is where the library is.
Devin Haskins has been covering this for us now for 6+ hours out there on the PSU campus. We appreciate yet another update from you, Devin. We've heard from Mayor Ted Wheeler this morning. We've heard from Oregon Governor Tina Kotek about the situation at Portland State. We also heard earlier this morning from President Biden speaking not specifically about Portland State, but this situation as a whole across the country, because this is playing out on college campuses coast to coast. And here's what the president had to say earlier about these protests nationwide.
We are not an authoritarian nation where we silence people or squash dissent. The American people are heard. In fact, peaceful protest is in the best tradition of how Americans respond to consequential issues. But neither are we a lawless country. We are a civil society, and order must prevail.
So you just heard President Biden talking about how order must prevail. He says, you know, people have a right to protest, obviously, but not a right to cause chaos. And the thing is, on college campuses across the country, chaos is really the name of the game here, things devolving. And that's kind of what we saw on the Portland State University campus. You see on your screen some of the arrests that were being made earlier. We saw a little bit of scuffling earlier this morning as protesters tried to make a run for it. Some were arrested. We saw people on the ground being arrested, their hands tied behind their back using zip ties. Again, President Biden saying that these types of protests where there's violence or intimidation, it doesn't change the way he and his administration will handle the war in Gaza.
The Portland Police Bureau actually issuing some numbers now in regards to these arrests that we're showing you the video of from earlier this morning. Most of the arrests that we saw in front of our cameras happened between 9 and 10 o'clock. Portland Police now saying they arrested a total of 12 people. They said 4 of the people they arrested were actually students, so obviously that means 8 were not. And that has been a question from a lot of people throughout the week. How many of these people that have been protesting on the campus this week, how many of the people that took over the library space, the main library at PSU, how many of them were actually students at the university? We had video from earlier, not only of the arrest being made, but of protesters trying to stop the police transport vehicle from leaving campus with what we assume were some of the people arrested. That was really when things escalated at their highest this morning, when tensions were at their highest. Pepper spray was flying through the air. Devin Haskins was right near close to all of that, our reporter who's been on the scene for several hours now. He said it wasn't clear where the pepper spray was coming from, but it was clear that people in the crowd were affected by it as they had support with water being thrown in their eyes and other means of trying to clear out the sting from that pepper spray this morning when things, again, were really at the height in terms of tension on campus this morning. This was between 9 and 10 o'clock. Right now, we can take you back out live. That's where Thomas Schultz is standing by for us. So, Thomas, remind us where you're at there on campus, please.
Yeah, well, Drew, we're right up the hill from the library, and I'll step off so you can see behind us just what the library looks like. There's a lot of graffiti on the building. A lot of that, of course, messages like Free Palestine. If you go down, I mean, you can see some of the debris just outside the library steps. There's, looks like plastic casings for water bottles and chairs, and even this trash can right here near where police are stationed. There's, of course, the yellow police tape. There's chairs, there's debris. Obviously, it's not clear where that's from, but we do know now that police have cleared out the library. I want to read to you a statement that we just got from the American Federation of Teachers of Oregon, who represent Portland state teachers. They say that they stand in solidarity with those who are exercising their fundamental rights to protest injustice, including holding institutions accountable. As educators and advocates for social justice, they say it's their duty to amplify the voices of those fighting for freedom, dignity, and self-determination. They say they also condemn the nationwide police violence that has been unleashed on students and educators. Now, of course, they go on to mention, we see no place for such escalating actions that silence dissenting voices in Oregon or anywhere else in the world. It's important to note here, too, we haven't seen much escalation the past couple of hours here between police and protesters. Right now, they're continuing to mark that yellow line that they've had crossed out here for the past couple of hours, and there doesn't seem to be much movement on either side in that regard. Now, of course, as you guys have covered all morning, we've seen 12 arrests Portland police have tweeted about, 4 of those being Portland State students, so 8 not Portland State students. The crowds here are still relatively large, and the library, once again, quiet right now. You have police stationed. They've moved back a bit from where they were. Throughout the morning, you'll see police move toward the protesters as things seem to be maybe escalating a little bit, and then they'll move back as things seem to quiet down. Right now, there's still, of course, you have some police right near the protesters, and actually now you start to see police, once again, walking back up toward that crowd of protesters here. Looks like they're going to huddle or something before making any further movement. But again, these people, the police who were back a ways, are now walking their way up. And we'll, of course, continue to see what happens from that. But, of course, we've got Devin and Kyle down there as well for a bit better vantage point of what's going on down there. Looks like they are backing protesters up just a bit right now. Guys?
Yeah, Thomas, we appreciate your reporting. And this really speaks to the fluidity of the situation, because you just heard Thomas talk about not seeing much escalation, at least at this point. But the same cannot be said throughout the morning. I mean, our Devin Haskins earlier this morning, right around 9 o'clock, just before, saw things kind of at the peak of their escalation or near the peak. If we can take some of that video where we saw protesters running from the library, trying to get away from police. You can see right here where protesters were kind of running, police grabbing a protester, it looks like, trying to arrest 1 or 2 of them, putting them on the ground, their hands being put behind their back with zip ties. I mean, this is a scene that we saw play out a number of times. And I know our Devin Haskins, Devin, you saw this with your own eyes happening.
See, all of a sudden you see this group running, sprinting literally out of the library and across the South Park blocks towards Broadway. And then you see a bunch of them ditching the umbrellas that they had in their hands or the helmets that they were holding. And it kind of caught you off guard. And you're like, okay, that was the mass exodus from the inside of the library as police were clearing it out. Now, if you back that up 3 hours, police showed up here around 6 o'clock in the morning and started warning those inside the library that, hey, if you are inside, leave now or face arrest. That message quickly changing probably within that hour of saying, going from a warning to now everybody within the library and within the perimeter of the blocked off park blocks here in the South Park blocks on PSU campus is now under arrest and facing second degree criminal trespassing. So a lot changing over that first hour. And then we find out that police are inside, going through floor to floor, door to door, gathering up and getting through those barricades, a methodical search. And then we saw multiple arrests on the outside after those protesters had run out. And then probably about an hour after that, the shift focused towards the north side of the library and the park blocks, out of our view. And I think that's where police were taking the protesters they were arresting, putting them in transport vans. And then we saw that shift back to our location here just beyond where we're at, and protesters then started blocking in those transport vans from getting out, linking their arms, and that's when police came out and started pushing those protesters back onto the sidewalks. We did see some tear gas get lobbed and get sprayed out, pushing those protesters back. Some needed water put on their eyes that we were watching while we were on the air. That continued up through Broadway until the vans were finally able to get through the protesters and out of the way, taking what I saw was the Barber Boulevard and Ross Island exit off of Broadway there. And then it moves back to here, and this is where we've been at for the last half hour or so. Protesters standing their ground, doing chants, linked arms. You hear the beating of the pans there from some of them. Police standing their ground of just looking and watching and keeping that line to make sure that protesters do not cross it right now. So that's the latest from now, just kind of a sit and wait. I feel like we've been doing that for, throughout the morning, off and on, of, when are we going to see things? And right now things are getting a little louder with some expletives being shouted at the police officers right now. But for now, that's the latest here from our location. Back to you.
All right. Of all the crews that have been covering this story for us here this morning, Devin and his photographer, Chad Dehart, certainly out there the longest so far. Devin, we're going to give you a break right here. We plan to talk to you again during our news at noon. This is another live look from another vantage point. Kyle Avoshi, another one of our reporters who's covering this story for us live here this morning. Kyle, I don't know if you can hear us at this point over that chanting of the crowd. If you can give us the update and maybe why things suddenly seem to have escalated or at least gotten louder there on campus in the last few minutes.
Drew, it just speaks to the fluidity of the situation in a crowd like this. It's a living creature, if you will. There are times when it comes alive, people are energized, they're shouting louder. There are times things kind of quiet down. But at this point, as far as physical movement is concerned, that crowd is staying where they are. And for police, that's a good thing. They want them to stay in one location rather than disperse, or at least not disperse, maybe move around. Just to kind of put things into context, I want to give you a little bit of the lay of the land, because I think oftentimes there's maybe a misperception that this is citywide or this is all of downtown. Indeed, it is not. It is quite literally limited to a single block. If you look down here, you can see the park blocks, and this is the campus looking north. There's no classes today. There really are very few students out and about, and you can see it's an open space. The student union behind me is closed, as are most buildings on campus today, so there's no activity here, and really no issue here or beyond that in much of downtown Portland. It's business as usual, as you would expect. The real activity is just right here. In front of the libraries we stand, the park blocks, they've got it cordoned off with police tape, and the demonstrators across the way. Again, limited to one location, standing there chanting. Police are simply observing them. No physical confrontation to speak of at this point between the two sides. Police did note earlier today that there have been some arrests, and they've given us some early numbers. 12 people have been arrested in total, 4 of them PSU students. And that helps to answer one question in particular that's kind of been lingering throughout this demonstration. Are these PSU students or are these non-students? On Tuesday, I was able to go into the library briefly and ask some people, are you students or non-students? A couple of them said, we're not students. Although they said in the upper floors there were students there and they were studying. We weren't able to access them, so don't know. But again, that was part of the primary question here. Are these student demonstrators or non-student demonstrators inside the library? Police have been able to give us some better context in that way. We'll certainly get greater details at a later date. The other question that remains is, for those students who may have been inside the library, will there be disciplinary action, whether suspension or expulsion? We've seen this on other college campuses where there has been student discipline. We have not heard from the administration whether that will occur or not. I'll also note behind me you can see some of the officers kind of moving in, and we've seen this repeatedly throughout the process. It's almost like a shift change. You've got those who are on front lines, then others will come in, relieve them, and those who are on the front lines will take a break. And over here you begin to see some others coming in as well. OSP has been here to support the Portland Police, but as we have others coming in all likelihood, they will simply replace those who've already been standing for quite some time. And for police, tactically, that may be to their advantage to have time and resources where they can simply wait things out, because as far as they're concerned, for the time being, if there's no property damage, no physical damage, these demonstrators are simply exercising their freedom of speech, and they'll allow this to happen for quite some time. We'll send it back to you.
Kyle, we caught a glimpse a moment ago of a piece of police tape. I'm just wondering, as far as the group that's standing in front of you, clearly they're standing behind tape that's been drawn up by police. Have you seen anyone try to go past that tape or that barrier that's been set up here in the last couple of hours?
Not from our vantage point. Again, this has been a pretty dynamic situation all morning. We were on the backside of the library this morning, and on several occasions, they actually broke down the police lines, which, to be honest, I don't recall having seen that in prior demonstrations. It's a challenging situation for police because obviously the police tape serves a purpose. It establishes a line. It is that line in the sand that you do not cross. When that's gone, it becomes more challenging. Officers later put that back up, but this game of cat and mouse and putting it back up, it coming down, is challenging. Where Devin is and the large group of demonstrators is standing, we have seen that police tape come down. I can't see from this vantage point whether it's up or not. I don't see it, but police in their physical presence have established a line, and it essentially accomplishes the same thing as the police tape.
Yeah, I do know that earlier there was an effort being made by police to reestablish the line that you were referring to in Devin's shot this morning because, like you said, it was torn down. So there have been efforts made to reestablish that line on that other side of the campus where Devin Haskins is standing this morning.
Right, and I'm just curious, Kyle, I hear some chanting. It's hard for us to make out here in the studio. What are they chanting, or can you hear it yourself?
Free, free, free Palestine!
Honestly, from our distance, we can't really make out what they're chanting.
Okay, and actually, Kyle, it looks like our director, Brian,
based on the audio that I'm hearing through my earphone. But yeah, we've heard various chants, some directed towards police, some political speech as well. But you know, the key thing to keep in mind at this hour, right? The current status of this demonstration is it's peaceful. There's no physical confrontation, there's no property damage occurring, and so generally speaking, this is something that, as we've seen in the past, police will allow to happen.
But one thing that's not happening, Kyle, are classes. For the third day in a row, classes canceled at Portland State. So the question is, you know, how long can this peaceful, as you described it just now, protest continue? Because obviously Portland State wants to get back to business as usual.
Certainly, and that's a determination they'll have to make going forward, what things look like. You know, with classes being closed today, I would theorize they're in no hurry. I mean, you know, students are remaining in their dorm rooms or studying elsewhere for the time being, and then where we go forward from this in days to come, we'll see. It is interesting, and I'll note this from covering the demonstration on Tuesday. Not only were we on campus, but we went slightly off campus to a local coffee shop and a restaurant where we saw students studying and gathering. No, it's certainly not class, and it's certainly far different than a normal school day. But as far as disruption is concerned, and even in talking with students, they were okay with the situation in the short term. And they were able to, in some cases, as I observed, meet and continue to study for the time being. But how long this disruption will continue, I would assume, now that the library has been cleared, and in all likelihood, if the demonstration we see on campus now disperses at some point today, you know, we could expect to see campus reopen and classes resume in fairly short order, I would assume, maybe tomorrow.
All right, Kyle Aboshi giving us great perspective here this morning. We are going to step aside, but we'll rejoin you at noon. We're going to take a 30-minute break. We'll come back and have more coverage from Portland State University during our News at Noon coming up at the top of the hour. Thank you for staying with us.